Finally have Wi-Fi back, out of the Airbnb, back in the studio, and ready to dive into your fantasy football teams. The first team that we are going to be looking at is actually going to be Waddleburger. This is over on flockfantasy.com, of course, but going to be super excited to check out your team. I'm sorry for the confusion earlier and that it's taken me so long to get to this squad for you, my friend. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's look into this. So starting off at quarterback, we do have the 4th ranked quarterback room in this league. I think this is a phenomenal QB room. I mean, we are sitting with Jalen Hurts here. Hurts, you're going to be able to start every single week, regardless of matchup. I mean, I know that it's a 13-team league, which is extremely weird. Kind of broke the team analyzer here because it's a 13-team format, but nonetheless, don't think you need to roster a backup quarterback when we have Hurts. We are starting him every single week, regardless of matchup. Going over to running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs, the anchor RB. I think you're actually going to see Gibbs improve going into the future. The Lions offense still elite. You have the receiving volume coming out of the backfield for Jahmyr Gibbs as well. The running back too, it actually looks like we have somebody that's startable now with J.K. Dobbins, which is a blessing because it looks like Benson's nothing in the short term. It looks like Blake Corum is nothing in the short term. Marshawn Lloyd's nothing in the short term. Jalen Warren disappointing week 1. I think you can maybe blame that on the hamstring. But it's nice that we have these running backs that are an injury away from a very high ceiling. Going over to wide receiver. We are not rostering nearly as many receivers as we are running backs, which makes sense because we have a big hole at running back too. However, wide receiver, we are loaded with Garrett Wilson, who had a 30% market share number with the Jets receiving yards this past week. You have Jalen Waddle, my wide receiver 2 in the Flock League. Could not be more excited about him. We have T. Higgins coming off an injury. You have Jaden Reed. Now, I understand that maybe this looks like a little bit of a weaker wide receiver room, but you have to remember it's a 13-team league. So having T. Higgins as your wide receiver 3 is an extremely strong spot. Having Jaden Reed as your wide receiver 4 is an extremely strong spot. We're having to deal with the Love injuries. We're having to deal with the Higgins injury, but long-term, I think we're golden. Noah Fant had a very large role in Seattle week 1. I think we're fine to roster him behind Kyle Pitts. So overall, this is literally everything that I'd want in a team. We are loaded at wide receiver at the top. We have the elite quarterback. We have an anchor RB. Because we don't have a locked and loaded RB2, we are just rostering as many running backs as we possibly can, hoping that one of these guys pops off the bench and all of a sudden they turn into a league winner. Maybe if they just expand the role naturally over time, like Trey Benson, or maybe if the starter were to go down in front of him. So I would love to give you some like advice to quote unquote save the team here, my friend. But the reality is I think you're in a really good spot. I don't think there's much to do. So yeah, like I said, I wish I had more for you. I wish I was able to say something, but mucho bueno. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal, my friend. Now, going over to the next squad here. This is going to be the team Naidonts. Now, Naidonts is playing in a start 9, 12-team format. So this is definitely going to be a deeper league here. And you can go through and you can see that we have some expanded roster spots. Now, right now with the league analyzer, it's pulling up the dynasty values. I'm operating under the assumption that this is a keeper format, and it's honestly something that we should look at with more of a redraft mindset rather than that dynasty mindset. And going over to quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels, Justin Fields. I think if Daniels is your QB1, you're probably starting in most weeks. Don't fault you at all for rostering a second quarterback, especially if that quarterback does have a lot of rushing upside, such as Justin Fields. So I think you're in a very comfortable spot at QB. Going over to running back, we are toast. Like, I'm very surprised that we are, the 3rd team, according to the league analyzer, when our running back room is Javonte Williams, Tony Pollard, Chase Brown, Blake Corum, James Conner, and Jordan Mason. Actually, no, never mind. I think we're probably seeing it with the Jordan Mason emergence with James Conner crushing it. Never mind from a dynasty perspective. Long-term, maybe you're a little concerned. But I guess with the CMC injury, you have tendonitis in the Achilles. I don't know how much time CMC is going to miss. Some people are saying he's day-to-day. Some people are saying this is going to be something you have to deal with for a very long time. But if any game that McCaffrey misses, Mason is a locked-in starter. James Conner is a locked-in starter early in the season. We don't know what the Benson role is later in the year, but right now we're golden. I think Pollard is honestly maybe an interesting sell-high candidate. The reason for this is if you look at the game environment that you had from the Tennessee Titans this past week, What we actually saw is Tony Pollard was the first and second down guy, and Tajee Spears was going to be the running back on third down. Tajee Spears is going to be the running back in the 2-minute drill. If it was an obvious passing down situation, you actually had Spears in the game instead of Pollard. So with that in mind, I think we need to project out what the game environment will be more times than not with Tennessee this next season. I think this year, the Tennessee Titans will be trailing more games than they are leading. They were leading 17-0 at one point in Chicago. They still found a way to lose, despite the Bears not scoring a single touchdown on the offensive side of the ball. So if you could potentially package together Pollard, maybe with one of these depth receivers and go get a bona fide stud, I would really like that. Wide receiver, obviously, we are golden. We have Harrison. We have Wilson. We have Collins. We have Waddle. We have Rashee Rice. Now, the league analyzers pulling that this is a start 9 format. So if it truly is a start 9 league where you're able to go through and you're able to potentially start, say, 3 wide receivers and a couple flex spots, if you can start 5 wide receivers from week to week perspective, then at that point, I don't think you need to trade one of these depth receivers with Pollard to go get that upgrade at running back. However, if it's a league that instead is maybe a start 7, maybe a start 8, there in that kind of format, I do think that it would be very interesting to take one of those high-end pieces like Rashee Rice with Pollard and see if we can pivot to an elite level RB. Going over to tight end, we have Taysom Hill. I would prefer to roster 2 tight ends if Taysom's our tight end 1, but I don't really see any obvious cuts on this team. And if this truly is a start 9 format, I don't think it's really a spot that we want to be making too many 2-for-1 deals. So overall, I really do like the roster construction. I like building around wide receiver in this format in particular. Would be interested to know how many players you are keeping from a year-to-year perspective, though. But let's move over to our next team. And I do want to remind you all, of course, if you wanted to get your team broken down on one of these streams, we're going to be doing this every single night until the season's over, okay? This is flockfantasy.com. The actual new site is going to drop for everybody in just about an hour or two. Could not be more excited for you to check it out. And you could purchase any team review, any trade question, any start-sit question over there on flockfantasy.com. But honestly, the cheapest way to get your team reviewed would actually just be going over to Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you are going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to get a free team review over on flockfantasy.com. So I actually am going to make some pick'em slips here because as we talked about, I won actually after the Monday night game over $200 week 1, not because I'm any good at pick'em, but instead because Underdog is running a crazy amount of free promotions. They have the sweat-free pick'em that dropped today that even if you lose, you get your money back. You have the CeeDee Lamb free pick that drops on Wednesday. You have the 30% profit boost that drops on Thursday. You have a random promo that drops on Friday. You have college football discounted lines that drop on Saturday, and then NFL discounted lines that drop on Sunday. So definitely recommend taking advantage of that. Like I said, I am by no means a pick'em specialist, but you better believe I'm at least going to be getting these $5 picks in. That way we could take advantage of these promos. First one we're going to do will be the 20% pick'em boost. We're going to be going with Josh Allen for more than 1.5 passing touchdowns. We're going to be going James Cook, more than 18.5 receiving yards, and Tua for more than 1.5 passing touchdowns in a game where Achane and Mostert may end up missing, and all of a sudden the Miami Dolphins are maybe forced to throw the ball just a little bit more. We're going to put 5 to win 35 with this. And like I said, we are using that profit boost token with this one. And then we are going to go with a no sweat pick'em next. I think we honestly maybe stick it with the Thursday night game here. If we're looking at the Thursday night game, I'm going to stay away from the running backs right now just because I don't know if they're playing. I actually think that we get a little bit of a bounce back from Dalton Kincaid. We're going to be going with Kincaid to have a touchdown this week. We're going to go with Josh Allen to have at least 244.5 passing yards. And then we're also going to be going with Jalen Waddle to have 64.5 passing yards. Like I said, I think all of a sudden this is going to be a little bit more of a pass-happy game. Now, this is a 5 to win 55, but since we are using the sweat-free pick'em token, even if we lose this, we get refunded our 5. Like I said, this is how I won $200 on Underdog last week is just because I was paying attention and we were doing everything that we could to get as many of these promos in as possible. So yeah, use promo code FLOCK, get a free team review on flockfantasy.com, of course. But let's go over to our next question here. I mean, this is going to be a team review coming out from Duggan Doom. Now, looking at this team, according to the league analyzer, we are right now in a spot where I don't even know what our squad is, my friend. It looks like maybe you changed your league name. So I'm going to have to reach out to you to figure out what your updated league name is. And instead, we're going to go ahead and we're going to answer this trade question from Fatty. Says, was offered Shakir and Najee Harris for Jordan Mason. Trying to sell Mason high after his performance. Do you think I can get more or just take this offer and not hold over my starting? I honestly think I would rather have Najee Harris over Jordan Mason rest of season. I'll update my rankings on flockfantasy.com tonight with the Christian McCaffrey news. And we will get back to probably Jordan Mason being viewed as an RB3 right now, but I'd still way rather have Najee Harris. I think there's a chance that McCaffrey's back this week, and in any game that McCaffrey plays, Jordan Mason will not be viable. But let's submit that. And our next team review, this is going to be from Love's Island. This is team number 3 here with the league analyzer, saying no idea what to do with the team this season. So let's go ahead and let's dive into this. Now, this is a full-blown dynasty league, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 1 quarterback start 9 dynasty format. We have the JJ McCarthy injury. We have the Jordan Love injury. We have the Deshaun Watson absolute cheeks injury. So quarterback has been decimated for this team. We are starting Deshaun right now. Going over to running back. Running back's typically only a position that we really care about if we are going to be a contending team. At running back, we have Travis Etienne. We have Javonte Williams. Beyond this, the depth isn't necessarily super exciting with the squad. We have some names such as Jaleel McLaughlin, Tank Bigsby, Khalil Herbert, Marshawn Lloyd, but it's not like we are overloaded at running back with this team. Where this team is absurdly strong is going to be the wide receiver position. This is why we are so high with the league analyzer. We have Marvin Harrison Jr., we have Garrett Wilson, we have Malik Neighbors. All 3 of these assets are players that we can build around on a contending team and players we can build around on a rebuilding team. These are all cornerstone assets to this team, pretty much no matter what we are doing. Beyond that, if you look at Brandon Ayuk, Michael Pittman Jr., and T. Higgins, all these wide receivers were drafted in 2020. Now, if you look at the production expectation for these guys going into the future, I'm not expecting them to take a significant step backwards anytime soon. I think you could end up seeing these wide receivers still be very productive options for years to come. But if you look at the overall psychology of a dynasty owner, these guys, more likely than not, will be worth less next offseason than they are now, considering they're all past their rookie contracts. It's just the natural value over time for these wide receivers in Dynasty. So if you are looking at pivoting over to a rebuild, I think potentially going through and looking to move off of these receivers may not be the worst idea. We have depth at wide receiver as well. We have Jacoby Myers, Jerry Jeudy, Curtis Samuel. To be honest with you, I think this team's too good to pivot over to a rebuilding roster. If you were to pivot over to a rebuild, you would have to sell Travis Etienne. You'd have to sell Javonte Williams. You'd have to throw Brandon Ayuk, Michael Pittman Jr., and T. Higgins all in the trade block. You'd have to sell Mark Andrews as well. So what I would much prefer doing here is I think I would way rather go through and just solve our quarterback room, because honestly, this team is extremely strong. It's only a start 9 dynasty league, so it's not like it's a dynasty format where we can start 7 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective. So if we can approach a team that has a really strong quarterback room as is, I mean, if we can just go get like Justin Fields from this team and send them some, maybe some wide receiver depth, like if we can send Jerry Jeudy or Curtis Samuel and go get Justin Fields, I think that'd make a lot of sense just as a short-term fill-in for the Jordan Love injury to get some rushing production in here. It's not like we're sacrificing a ton of long-term upside to make sure that we stay competitive this year. The wide receiver depth doesn't matter. You are literally never starting Jerry Jeudy, never starting Curtis Samuel, never starting Jacoby Myers on a team with the wide receiver room that's this strong. I think this is a team that 100% should stay in the mix as a contending build, and I would not look to pivot anytime soon, to be honest. But thank you again for being a member of the flock, my friend. Really do appreciate you. And I will say one other thing too. It looks like we don't have our 2025 first. And if that is true, then it really cements us that we need to be contending right now. And really, you cannot pivot away from that. Okay. So let's go over to our next team. This is from somebody that we've reviewed a bunch of teams from before. This is McCullum, who says, submitting on behalf of my girlfriend, who is also in this league. You had reviewed my team, renamed Hidden Village of the Demon, in the same league. McKenzie, team name Imzikbrick, is in a win now type strategy. Thoughts on the team and how she should strategize this season and approach maybe moving her 2025 picks during the season. Thanks, man. No, thank you so much, my friend. Going to be really excited to go ahead and check this out. So looking at her team right now, I mean, she is kind of right in the middle of the road here in the league analyzer at 7. Now, of course, that's just taking into account value, not necessarily production. And keep in mind, everybody watching this is Dynasty. So we are looking at not only the short-term production, but we are also looking at the long-term outlook. One thing I want to mention is this is going to be a 2-quarterback start 11 league. So this is the format that I play in all my Dynasty leagues. I play in start 11, super flex, tight end premium in every single Dynasty format. And here, this is where depth matters a ton. It's not as simple as, oh my gosh, you got Cooper Kupp, you're going to win this league. No, you have to have a very well-rounded roster from top to bottom. Going over to quarterback, she has Hurts and Justin Herbert. These are 2 quarterbacks you can start every single week. These are 2 quarterbacks you can build around for the long term as well. Now, with that being said, quarterback 3 is non-existent. So you are a quarterback injury away from all of a sudden just no longer being able to contend. Also, during the bye weeks, obviously, we're going to be in a little bit of a tougher spot overall. So the lack of a solid option at QB3 and a super flex league is going to make me a little nervous. Now, real quick, let me address something in the live chat. Joey says, cannot link my ESPN team on an iPhone through flockfantasy.com. I'm sorry, my friend. For you to link an ESPN team on flockfantasy.com, you are going to need to do it on a computer because we need to pull some private cookies from your private ESPN league. So you're going to have to add the Flock extension browser. I mean, not a browser. You just have to add like a Flock extension to Google Chrome. And if you do that, then we can pull your private cookies. It will link. And then after that, then you're completely good to go. You only have to link once per year. We're able to save your cookies for an entire year. So I know it's a little bit of pain in the butt having to do it on a computer, but do it on a computer and then you'll never have to worry about it again. But anyway, going over to our running back room, we have Jahmyr Gibbs, DeAndre Swift, Austin Eckler, Tyler Algier, Ray Davis, really nobody beyond this. So Gibbs is that anchor RB, right? We're able to start Jahmyr Gibbs every single week, regardless of matchup. And Gibbs is one of the very few running backs that in the long term in Dynasty, you're able to actually go through and you're able to project the volume to be consistent. The issue with running back is it's so hard to know what the opportunity is going to be for these guys like Rachaad White, James Cook, maybe even throw Kenneth Walker into the mix, who obviously looks phenomenal. It's hard to know what their roles are going to be in 2025, 2026. For the long term, it's very difficult to build around those players. Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Breece Hall, they're a very rare running backs that you can confidently say, yes, we know what their long-term outlooks look like. They are elite level talents. They have the team investment, and it's very safe to project them to be studs for years to come. But yes, I mean, running back 2 is a massive question mark here, and we don't have the depth at running back either. Going over to wide receiver, we have Nico Collins, Tyreek Hill, both as assets that we are very happy to have on a contending build. But the reality is, in terms of the long term, we are going to be in a world of pain with them decline, at least Tyreek Hill declining in value in 2025. And you can say the same thing about Chris Godwin. And then after Godwin, we do have a little bit of a fall off in terms of the actual players we can expect production from. And then going over to tight end, we only have George Kittle. So this is a team that's specifically with this format, I would be very concerned about our ability to go out there and our ability to withstand an injury. Tyreek Hill goes down on this team's done. Or if Jahmyr Gibbs goes down on this team's done. Justin Herbert goes down, this team's done. George Kittle goes down, this team's done. It's a start 11 format where we don't have a ton of depth. So if you are 100% confident saying, hey, I am winning this league this season, then sure, maybe I say, okay, well, let's go trade our 2025 first. Let's go target one of these running backs that does look to be hyper productive this season. If Saquon Barkley is on a team that has to pivot to a rebuild, let's sell our 2025 first, a future third, a future fourth, and let's go get Saquon Barkley and let's ship it. But the issue is, if you go sell your 2025 first right now, and then Justin Herbert goes down, you already put all your future chips in for this season. And if you have that injury to any other position, and all of a sudden it looks like we can't contend this year, one, we are in a spot that we are going to be very much struggling to pivot to a rebuild without our future first. Two, if we wanted to stay on the path of contending, we no longer have that future first that we're able to go through, trade for, and kind of fill the hole on the sinking ship. So I think I would way rather wait to hold our future picks, confirm that this is actually a contending team. Let's go out. Let's start 2-0. Let's start 3-1. Let's start 4-2. And then once we have confirmation that this is a contending and a healthy team, if during the bye weeks you then want to go sell your 2025 first and then get an additional asset to help us contend this season, then you can go ahead and do that. But to make the move right now, I think it would be very premature. I think we need to make sure we're a contender and make sure we're not going to have an injury. And if we do have that injury, it's way better to have our future first, because we can then make the decision, okay, do I sell this future first to help clog this hole and help us win right now? Or do I instead pivot over to a rebuild and look to try to get the 101 or 102 with my future first? So I'm definitely not making any moves right now with this team. I hope I explained my reasoning. I hope that does make sense. It'd be very different if it was a shallow format, but with this being a deeper league, I think it is going to be a tough spot, my friend. But let's go over to our next team. This is going to be King of the Hill. This is a redraft start 7 12-team format. This is a 6-point passing touchdown league. You're saying, should we put in a waiver wire claim for Tank? Or we already did put in a waiver wire claim for Tank Bigsby and the Chargers defense. Yeah, Chargers defense going up against Carolina this week. Phenomenal pickup. Thinking of trading Achane and Reed for Gibbs and Shakir. If you could make that pivot with the Achane injury, I would not fault you whatsoever. I think if you were able to move off of Achane to Gibbs, that is a clear upgrade to a running back that's fully healthy. Absolutely love the move. The other thing I want to address is this is going to be a very shallow format. This isn't like the format that we just looked at. Since this is a league where you only start, say, 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, the depth here does not matter. It's not a concern. We want to sell depth and we want to get improvements in the starting lineup. Having an elite quarterback and an elite tight end will make a big time difference. And I think that's one of the reasons why right now, we are sitting here with the best team according to the league analyzer. We are currently sitting with Josh Allen at pick. Josh Allen as our QB1. Josh Allen, we can start him every single week, regardless of matchup. The QB1 in fantasy. And yeah, you don't need a backup for that reason. Love to see it. Now, going over to running back, this is where things get difficult. We have Achane at RB1. Kyron Williams, Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Trey Benson, Zach Charbonnet. Now, see, our camera is frozen on the most flattering photo of us ever. Give me 1 second. Okay, we should be back, hopefully. But anyway, looking at this, yeah, running back, a lot of this production is kind of put on the back half of the season where you're a little more excited about what you should expect, specifically in the second half of the year. You have Jonathan Brooks on the IR currently. Trey Benson is a second half of the season type play. So if you're looking at the Devon Achane injury, we just simply don't have a fill-in in the short term. Like if Achane misses any time here, who the hell are we going to be putting it at RB2? Chase Brown looks like he's not startable in Cincinnati. Jalen Warren doesn't look like he's startable in Pittsburgh. So honestly, if Achane is banged up, we have no solid second option. If we could go make that trade for Jahmyr Gibbs, I think it would be an absolute no-brainer. As we go over to wide receiver, it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The depth at wide receiver doesn't really matter. We have the elite options at the top. We have Tyreek Hill. we have Rashee Rice, two guys that look like they could potentially be wide receiver ones this season. We have George Pickens, who's a very solid wide receiver 2 that we're going to be able to start. Jaden Reed is nice depth to have, but with the Jordan Love injury and with the Jamison Williams emergence, I'd be completely fine with us going through and making that trade for Jahmyr Gibbs. Tight end, we have Dalton Kincaid. Obviously, doesn't score any points week 1. If you look at the underlying usage, I'm not worried with Kincaid. I still think he's going to be a top 5 tight end this season. So overall, I love your team, specifically how it's set up for the format. The main issue that we're going to have is short-term production at the running back position. If you can pull off that Jahmyr Gibbs trade, I love it. Let's go for it. If not, I think another thing we could look at is if you could capture some value from Jonathan Brooks to just get a short-term fill-in running back, and we'll still have the long-term upside with Trey Benson, still have the long-term upside with Devon Achane. There, I think that's another possibility, but I definitely think plan A is that Jahmyr Gibbs trade, my friend. But yeah, that is very strong team. Obviously, when we're number 1 in the league analyzer, I think there's a good reason for it. Okay, but let's go over and let's check out a trade. So this is a Dynasty 2 quarterback formats. You're saying knowing you're overpaying, but we have no Jordan Love. If you are a contending team, my friend, and you think that Justin Fields wins you the next few weeks till Love comes back, I'm completely fine going through and making this trade, because there is the small possibility that Justin Fields ends up being a good quarterback this season and doesn't get replaced in Pittsburgh. Do I think that's extremely likely? No, but it is a possibility. So I think we'll take the Justin Fields side here. Now going over to the next trade, this is also, I think, a Dynasty trade. Yes. We're going to answer it as if it's a Dynasty or a redraft. So obviously Achane dealing with the ankle injury. We're pivoting off of Waddle and Nick Chubb to get Devon Achane. You're saying that we have the depth to the point where you can win in the 2-for-1 deal, and you're going to be getting Isaiah Likely off the waiver wire. So this isn't a Dynasty league. This is just a regular league. So yeah, if it's a shallow regular redraft format and you're going to be able to pick up Isaiah Likely off the waiver wire, and that tells me that if you're making that 2-for-1 deal involving Chubb and we're opening up a roster spot, that your league does not have an IR designation. So we have to have Nick Chubb on the active roster. If Achane's ankle injury is not serious, I'm completely fine with you going with Devon Achane. Now, if we get a report tomorrow, Achane was not at practice today. If we get a report tomorrow that Achane's ruled out for Thursday and he's going to be ruled out for possibly week 3, then I'd definitely be very hesitant. But as it stands right now in a shallow redraft format, I would be completely fine with you going ahead and getting Devon Achane there, my friend. But I do want to remind y'all real quick, if you have not done so already, if you wanted to go and get a team review over on flogfantasy.com from yours truly in one of these live streams, you can find that link in the description over to flogfantasy.com. We're actually going to drop the new site for everybody later tonight. Should be in about an hour or two. Cannot wait for y'all to see it. And the second thing is, obviously, if y'all wanted to get that free team review, and oh my gosh, I just saw the updated league analyzer with after week 1. And I updated my rankings, and it looks like a developer of flogfantasy.com that has never played fantasy football before is currently ranked as the strongest team solely off the back of them having the Cooper Kupp breakout and having Kupp, Lamb, A-Rich all in the same squad. But regardless, I am winning this league. But yeah, if you wanted that free team review on one of these live streams, if you just go and sign up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK and make that $10 deposit, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review on a live stream. And at the same time, Underdog's running a ridiculous amount of promos. By no means am I good at pick'ems, but with the amount of Underdog promos that there are, I'm actually up $250 week 1 just because I'm taking advantage of them. Tuesday, they have a no sweat pick'em. So even if you lose, you get your money back. Wednesday, they're dropping a CD Lamb free pick, more than less than half a total yard. Thursday, a 30% profit boost. Friday, a special random promo. Saturday, college football discounts, and Sunday, NFL discounts. So make sure you take advantage. Use promo code FLOCK, get the deposit bonus, get the special promos, and at the same time, get that free team review over on flogfantasy.com. But let's move this over to some more questions here. Now, our next team that we're going to review is coming out from Brazy. This is You Should Have Gone Auto. This is an extremely shallow format. You're saying trading is possible but rare. Most league mates won't do 2-for-1 deals. Highest trading chances are with Johnny, Morgan, Hurts, Breezy. I'm third in the waiver wire, with Jameson Williams being the number 1 priority to keep away from the number 2 priority. I am also at a max with 8 wide receivers and can't see myself dropping someone for free. Targeting Jordan Mason. Could also go after Isaiah Likely to go with the Lamar stack. And then otherwise, we have Charbonnet, Benson, and Alexander Madison all available. So yeah, this is an 8-team league where you only start 8 guys. So it is one of the most shallow formats that you're going to see. So here, obviously, if we were to ever make a trade, given the amount of talent that you have off the waiver wire, like Trey Benson is on the waivers, Jordan Mason, Isaiah Likely, Jameson Williams is on the waiver wire in this league, a roster spot is worth a ton. And that's going to mean anytime you have somebody like Jameson Williams, anybody like Ramondre Stevenson, you're going to be wanting to make that 2-for-1 deal to get somebody with a little bit of a higher ceiling. Now, going over and looking at Lamar Jackson, I would absolutely love to have Lamar Jackson in a 12-team format. In an 8-team league, I think Lamar is just the mid-quarterback 1, so it's not as solid, but obviously should have plenty of quarterbacks out there on the waiver wire, so we're not stressing at all about rostering a second guy. Now, going over to running back, we have Gibbs and Achane. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is very easily a top 5 running back. I think Achane's possibly a top 8 RB as well. So we have potentially 2 RB1s here, even in this format. The depth is whatever, but like we said, we don't care about the depth specifically in an 8-team league. We are definitely going to have to monitor the Devon Achane injury. If Achane misses and Mostert plays, we want to go ahead. We want to play Raheem Mostert. If Achane misses and Raheem Mostert misses, if this is a full PPR format, at that point, I think I'd maybe go ahead and I may just take Austin Eckler. Now, going over to wide receiver depth here doesn't really matter. You can only start 4 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective. We have Chase, Waddle, London, Flowers, Amari, Reed, Worthy, Brian Thomas Jr. So this is the issue with a league like this. We have 8 wide receivers that all have crazy ceilings. Or I don't want to say that with Amari, but we have 8 wide receivers that are all very exciting options. You can only start 4 of them. Figuring it out on which guy should be in your starting lineup is going to be almost impossible. Now, I know you said that it's going to be very difficult to make trades. You said the teams that we possibly could make trades with would be Johnny's team. Looking at Johnny right now, the issue is he also is loaded up with wide receiver. Because what I would love to do on our team is I would love to take one of these depth receivers, package him with someone like Chase Brown, package him with someone like Raheem Mostert, and go and get an upgrade at running back. I think that's an absolute no-brainer. Johnny's team, there's no way we can do it. Doesn't need a receiver. Going over to Morgan's team, Tyreek, Debo, Evans, Lockett, maybe they can convince themselves that they need a receiver. Maybe you could potentially buy Derrick Henry on the cheap. I'm not even a Derrick Henry fan, but from a roster construction perspective, I think it could potentially make sense to go ahead and package together, say, Xavier Worthy, a super exciting player after week 1, but at the same time, maybe has a little bit of a cap ceiling here. And if you could go ahead and package together, say, Xavier Worthy with, I don't know, you're not going to get to Henry. Yeah, that's. Okay, let's check out the Hurts Breezy team. What do they have? Could we possibly get to Pacheco? Could we possibly try to trade Worthy and Chase Brown to get to Pacheco? Probably not. Trey McBride, we're golden. Trey McBride's my tight end 2 rest of season. It's tough if you're telling us your league mates are not going to be making any trades with you that involve 2-for-1 deals. Because, I mean, obviously, I'm sure your league mates know what's up here. Because the issue that your team finds itself in is, okay, running back's the need. wide receiver, these guys here at the bottom may not even ever hit our lineup, but they have a ton of value. They're very good players. So the absolute no-brainer trade is if we can take some of these guys at the bottom end, move them in a 2-for-1 deal with one of these running backs, and go get an upgrade. Now, if we were making a waiver wire move, I think our highest priority would be dropping, say, maybe Rico Dowdle and going and picking up Jordan Mason. Because if Achane misses this week and McCaffrey misses this week, then at that point, Jordan Mason is just an auto play for us. And I think he could help us a ton. But obviously, it's very difficult for me to come up with anything here. We have the best team in the league, according to the league analyzer. And I do want to reiterate any move that we look to make. We're trying to make a 2-for-1 deal, selling that wide receiver depth, getting an improvement in the starting lineup. But it sounds like your league mates are kind of already in on that, and it's going to be difficult to do so. But thank you again, my friend. But let's go over to Skrillers. This is a long-time member of the flock here, says, hey, Mason, just wanted to know if we could get some help. Okay, my friend, just if you have any payment issues, just please reach out to me with email, mason.at-flockfantasy.com. I'll be super happy to help you out with that. But you're asking if you should pick up Parkinson for Trey Benson. Considering Puka's on the IR, we have Andrews, Love. You're saying you have Andrews, love your work, Mason. No, thank you so much for being a long time member of the flock, my friend. I know that we aren't doing super chats anymore. And I've had a lot of people actually reach out to me saying, Mason, I didn't understand why you weren't doing super chats. And then after getting a team review through the site and getting it messaged to them, getting the PDF fill out and everything, seems like they are in now to understand that the site's a lot better than the super chat system. But anyway, hopefully you like what we have going on. Can't wait for you to see the update that's about to drop in an hour, my guy. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's check this team out. So it's going to be a very shallow format. Only start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, tight end, and I believe 1 flex. Let me see if we have another flex on the next screenshot. Nope. No other flex on the next screenshot. So yeah, here, like we said, I'm sure you've heard me mention this 1,000 times, that every deal we want to make here in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex is a 2-for-1 deal to get an improvement inside the starting lineup. Now, Devon Achane is currently our running back, similar to a lot of the teams that we've looked at tonight. It is going to be very difficult to project out what we should expect with Achane in the short term with the ankle injury. Don't know how serious it is. Don't know how much time he's going to miss. If any, all we know is he was not at practice today. But anyway, let's go position by position. Quarterback, we have Mahomes. We can start Mahomes every single week, regardless of matchup. Nice having him stacked with Rashee Rice. Going down to the bench, you don't need a backup quarterback because you have Mahomes. And yeah, we don't have a backup QB here. So absolutely love to see that. Going over to running back, we are in a very strong situation as well, where we have Jonathan Taylor, we have Devon Achane, we have Josh Jacobs. Now, the issue is Achane has his own injury. Jacobs has the injury to Jordan Love, so we're going to dramatically knock Jacobs down. Going down to the bench, Zach Moss does look like he's the starting running back in Cincinnati, so that should be a much better spot. Trey Benson still has the long-term upside where he could potentially take over from James Conner. So looking at running back, I definitely think that we're okay as long as these injury options make it back to us. And just in case anybody can't see it down below on the screen, it does say that this is an 8-team league. So with this being an 8-team league, obviously everybody's going to be way stronger at every position. Going over to wide receiver, we have Chase. I think Chase will be great. I'm not worried about it at all. We have Rashee Rice, who looks like a very solid wide receiver too here. We have Keenan Allen with the Roma Dunze injury. Keenan Allen looks more appealing. Jaden Reed gets hurt by the Jordan Love injury. We have Brian Thomas Jr. We have Christian Watson. We are just all in on Packers here. So this Jordan Love injury is going to hurt us a decent bit. But Brian Thomas Jr. looks like you are seeing a full-blown breakout. So overall, I mean, if you're looking at what this squad has, squad just is riddled with injuries, which is a little bit frustrating. But of course, I mean, since it's an 8-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, it's not going to hurt us too bad because all we have to do is take Achane out of the lineup, put Josh Jacobs in there at RB2, and then to figure out our flex, you're either going to be looking at Keenan Allen or Brian Thomas Jr. based off the Keenan Allen reports with his own injuries, but it does sound like Roma Dunze is going to be missing the next few weeks. So typically what we were wanting to do in a league with these settings is we're wanting to make those 2-for-1 deals, get an improvement inside the starting lineup, sell wide receiver depth. As you've heard me say 1,000 times before, But the issue that you're going to find specifically with this squad is since you have this many injuries, I don't know if you're going to be in a spot where you can afford to make all those 2-for-1 deals. So I think maybe instead you are just kind of chilling, hanging out, waiting for these guys to come back, my friend. But we'll be very interested to see where this team is 3 weeks from now. I think right now it's just, can we stay alive? That's the main thing. But we'll get back to some questions over on flockfantasy.com. Let me answer some free questions that we have in the chat real quick. Terry says, should I trade away CMC? No, you should not. Andy says, 12-team at PBR, 0-1, don't have a tight end. I have plenty of depth at receiver. Do I trade Harrison for Sam Laporta? No, you do not. Thanks for all this season, the offseason, best ball. Love the flock. Much love, my friend. I didn't draft much Marvin Harrison Jr. It would actually kind of benefit me if he doesn't do anything this year, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's still a phenomenal prospect. I think he's still the alpha wide receiver in this offense. Last thing you want to do is panic on a rookie after week 1 and sell him. And trust me, Sam Laporta is like my second most drafted player this season in underdog drafts. I'm really hoping Laporta crushes it. Like if it turns out to be, oh my gosh, I was wrong with this call, you should have traded Harrison for Laporta, will just be a beautiful season for your boy. And now Joey says, should we trade Chase for Amon-Ra and Jalen Wright? Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my guy. So I know a lot of people are looking in at Jalen Wright based off the injury that you have to both Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane. But Jeff Wilson Jr. is also going to be there. And it looked like Jeff Wilson Jr. was actually the guy with the role this past week. So I will be a little bit hesitant to just say, okay, yes, Jalen Wright's the guy you want. Go ahead and get him. I think maybe you want to just be a little bit more patient. I don't know if I would start Jalen Wright this week, even if those other 2 running backs were out. Amon-Ra St. Brown versus Jamar Chase. I would rather have St. Brown. And I drafted Chase in the flock league, so that's another call that I hope I'm wrong with. I just think the Detroit Lions offense is still going to be great. Seahawks fan says trade CMC for Bijan. If you could trade CMC for Bijan Robinson, I would. If you go over to flockfantasy.com and you check out my rankings, you will see that I have Bijan Robinson, Breece Hall, and Saquon Barkley all ranked ahead of McCaffrey. Okay, let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be a trade question coming out from John, who is saying, this is a trade that my opponent has already accepted. Just wanted to show you, we're killing it already. Tough week with the loss. I mean, here, my guy, absolutely love it. I would rather have Jaden Daniels than Brock Purdy, but going from Jaden Reed and Calvin Ridley to Deebo Samuel, wide receiver in a bad offense, wide receiver in an offense that should be bad in the short term, but even in the long term, you have a lot of target competition. Deebo Samuel looks like he is a locked and loaded wide receiver 1, especially if CMC's banged up. So we're going to see more receiving usage. So I really do like the Deebo Samuel side here, my friend. But let's go over to our next question. This one coming out from Luke Johnson says, who do we drop out of Coleman or Ladd McConkey for waiver wire pickups? Or do we wait for a breakout game and then sell them high? Both Ladd McConkey and Keon Coleman had phenomenal weeks this past week. Both of them were immediately the wide receiver 1 in their respective offenses as rookies. For the love of God, do not drop them. I know this is an 8-team league. I know it's extremely shallow, but still at the same time, I promise you those rookie wide receivers will be better than any waiver wire options you have. You're saying, which stack should I get rid of? Let's see. My league mates think every offer I give them is robbing them, even if it's pretty fair. So it's hard to trade. I drafted CMC at the 1 and then traded him and Ayuk for AJ, Chase, and Mixon. All right, let's go ahead and let's check this out. So like we discussed, this is an 8-team league. You only start 8 guys, so it is an extremely shallow format. We are the second highest ranked team according to the league analyzer. I don't like this roster construction, just to be honest with you. Quarterback, we are sitting with Josh Allen. Absolutely beautiful. It doesn't matter if it's an 8-team league, a 6-team league, a 4-team league. Josh Allen is QB1. Love to build around him. You don't need a backup quarterback here either. Perfect. Now, my issue that we have, you look at how strong our wide receiver room is. Now, this is a league with 2 flex spots. You can start up to 4 wide receivers from week to week perspective. We're going to be starting Chase, A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel, and Devonta Smith pretty much every single week. So when we look at these depth names with Pickens, Higgins, Ladd, and Keon Coleman, these guys are going to be almost impossible to get into your starting lineup, even though they are extremely strong options and very exciting options for the long term. So if I'm looking at this, my friend, what I would personally prefer doing is you're not going to be able to sell these depth wide receivers in an 8-team league. Nobody's going to go buy Keon Coleman from you. Nobody's going to buy T. Higgins from you, even though they are very much viable options. What I would rather do is I would rather pivot off of maybe some of these elite names at wide receiver, go trade somebody like Deebo Samuel and James Cook in a deal, and instead go get Saquon Barkley, go get Jonathan Taylor, go get Kyron Williams. Make that 2-for-1 deal to get the elite level RB coming in. You're going to have backfilling wide receivers like Pickens, T. Higgins, Ladd McConkey sliding up. You're really not going to see a massive fall off at receiver. We'll get that bump at running back. And then also, since we made that 2-for-1 deal, we're going to have an additional roster spot. And then at that point, we go to the waiver wire and we pick up some more running backs off waivers. So I think that's going to be the main thing that we want to do here, my friend, is that 2-for-1 deal, upgrade at running back, pick up a couple more running backs on the waiver wire. It's just you're so strong at the very top here at wide receiver. These names that you have at the very bottom end of the bench are way too good to cut. But in an 8-team league, nobody's going to trade for them. So I think you actually have to trade one of the more respectable wide receivers that people get excited about. And then tight end, we have Dalton Kincaid. Like I said, I'm not concerned with the Kincaid usage at all. I think he's going to be just fine. I would look to just hold on to him. But thank you, my friend. Again, really hope I was able to help you out and really do appreciate you. And let's go ahead and let's check out this next team. So this is a 2-quarterback league. Just lost Puka. Do I drop Trevor Lawrence for Baker Mayfield? And then thoughts on Shaheed for Fab. Can you spam the chat? Who would you rather have between Lawrence and Baker going forward? Let me pull up my rankings on the site because I just did update my rankings on flockfantasy.com and I did move up Baker Mayfield. I feel like you kind of had to move Baker Mayfield up based off his week 1 performance. But let me see who I have higher. I think I would suspect that they're going to be very close. It looks like every single person is saying Baker Mayfield over Trevor Lawrence. So maybe I need to move Baker even higher in my rest of season rankings here. Yeah. I will move Baker up to QB 14 in my rest of season rankings. I'm actually going to move Matthew Stafford up as well. Probably to QB 16. Actually, no, I'm not doing that with the Puka injury. We'll still have him behind Love. But personally, my guy, I think I probably prefer Lawrence still to Baker. But I'm an idiot. I don't necessarily think you have to listen to me. I think I hold on to Lawrence there, my guy. Okay. But let's go over to our next question. This is, can you take a look and see if I should play any of these backups or potentially trade CMC and go get an elite RB? Okay, my friend, you just submitted a trade question and you filled it out CMC, James Conner, Jalen Warren, Tony Pollard, Zach Moss versus Jordan Mason. The CMC side's the winner here, my guy. If you want a roster review, please submit a roster review. If you want a start set question, please submit a start set question. If you want a trade question, please submit a trade question. If you can sell CMC and you can go get Bijan Robinson, you can go get Breece Hall, then yes, do it. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's check out this trade question from Colin. I actually think this is an absolute no-brainer for the Amon-Ra St. Brown side of this. You're selling Brandon Ayuk and James Conner for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I know St. Brown was disappointing, especially Sunday night game. Every single person and their mom watched it. I mean, most Amon-Ra St. Brown owners needed St. Brown to come through for them on that Sunday night. But still, James Conner, I have him in the Flock League. I really hope Conner crushes. But this is a running back you have to worry about Trey Benson coming on later in the season. I think there's a massive gap still between St. Brown and Brandon Ayuk. I still view Amon-Ra St. Brown as a top 5 wide receiver relatively easily. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the best player here. I'm going to take Amon-Ra St. Brown. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's pivot back over and answer some of the free chat questions real quick. A Beach Vibe says James Conner or Kenneth Walker. Rest of season, I would way rather have Kenneth Walker, my friend. Julian, welcome. Being a member of the flock. Then KJ says, trade Zay for Jonathan Taylor. Zay Flowers? This is a different Zay I know of. Of course, we want Jonathan Taylor. Gab says, traded Puka for Neighbors and Chubb. Is this a dub? I don't know enough about the Puka injury. If Puka only misses 4 weeks, I'd rather have Puka. If Puka's going to end up missing 6 or so weeks, then I'd probably rather have the other side. Okay, Vaughn says, hold on to Love. I got Goff right now off the waiver wire. It's so difficult to figure out these guys that go down and you're having to deal with them actually staying on your bench. You don't get to slide them to your IR, and figuring out when they're worth the roster spot versus when you're better off to just go ahead and cut them, open it up, and possibly find somebody else off of waivers. So I think it is definitely a valid question to go ahead and ask if you should move off of Jordan Love if your options at quarterback on the waiver wire are so strong that you're able to pick up guys like Jared Goff. So honestly, I think it's a very fair question, my friend. Okay. Joe says, how do I do a roster review now? So there are a couple different ways. Obviously, you can just purchase a trade question, start set question, or anything you want over there on flockfantasy.com. The cheapest way to get a roster review on flockfantasy.com for sure will be to just go use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has the pick'ems that we show in all the videos. I actually won $200 week 1 on Underdog after the Monday night games. And not necessarily because I'm any good at these pick'ems, but just because Underdog's offering so many promos. Like this week, they have a no sweat. Even if you lose, you get your money back on Tuesday. CeeDee Lamb, free special pick, more than less than half total yard. Thursday, 30% profit boost. Friday, a random special promo. Saturday, college football picks discounted. Sunday, NFL picks discounted. So they're just a ridiculous amount. Also, if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with code FLOCK, you are also going to be getting a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, my friend. So that's definitely the cheapest way to do it. And you can find that link in the description, comment section, and live chat. But let's go over and let's answer some more of these questions. This question going to be coming out from Mikey. This is a team named Money Team. It is a 12-team start 7 Superflex formats. So that explains why we currently are rostering 3 quarterbacks here. Our 3 quarterbacks are Purdy, Stafford, and Will Levis. Definitely not the best quarterback room in the world, right? I mean, now I'm speaking as somebody who has Brock Purdy as their QB1 in his league. But in a Superflex format, to have Brock Purdy QB1, I'm not super excited about it. To have Stafford QB2, I'm not super excited about it. Neither quarterback has rushing upside. If we're looking at what you have with Will Levis QB3, I understand we're only starting him really in the need of an injury fill-in or a bye week fill-in. But still, at the same time, I mean, I'd be very excited to have Brock Purdy as my QB2 in a Superflex league. I'd be very excited to have Matthew Stafford as my QB3 in a Superflex league. But right now, you see, according to the league analyzer, we do have the 9th ranked quarterback room. Austin says we are looking at the wrong team, and I am looking at the wrong team. I have no idea how we clicked that team instead of Money Team. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. But anyway, Money Team, ignore everything I said previously. We have 2 top-end quarterbacks. We have Jalen Hurts. We have Kyler Murray. Russell Wilson, obviously, we don't have a quarterback 3 anymore. It does sound like Justin Fields is going to be starting this next week. But yeah, should be in a completely fine spot at quarterback, unlike the Los Trios teams. RIP Los Tios. Now, going over to RB. So Josh Jacobs is a running back that looks like he's a little less exciting post Jordan Love injury. Now, of course, you're still going to be able to start him. I don't necessarily think it's a situation like what you're going to have with the receivers here. Like, it is going to be a below average offense, but Jacobs is going to have so much volume that he could potentially overcome it. Najee Harris had a phenomenal role week 1. Really, Jaylen Warren wasn't used much at all. Now, at the same time, Jaylen Warren was dealing with the hamstring. Once Jalen Warren is back and fully healthy, I don't necessarily know if we can expect Najee Harris to have the same exact role. I know Warren wasn't on the injury report coming into the week, but I'd be very surprised if Warren, who has been just significantly more efficient than Najee Harris for back-to-back years, is pretty much a non-factor in this offense. Chase Brown is the RB2 here in Cincinnati. Chuba Hubbard is in a split backfield with Miles Sanders in the worst offense in the NFL. So running back, definitely a weak spot, right? If you look at the league analyzer, we are ranked 10th at running back in this league. Now, going over to wide receiver, this is the strength of the team outside of quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Garrett Wilson, Brandon Ayuk, Rashee Rice, Terry McLaurin. 4 guys we can start, 3 guys we can be excited about. Beyond that, I think Demario Douglas, honestly, is going to be somebody that you can just go ahead and move on from. If you are looking at Douglas, the role really wasn't there in New England, where some guys that we weren't expecting to play a lot actually did, like KJ Osborne had a ton of targets. And this is just going to be an absolute garbage offense, right? Like, the only way that Demario Douglas ends up doing anything in fantasy is if he sees 25+% of this team's target share. And that just doesn't look possible at the moment. So I don't see the upside here with them. I would cut Demario Douglas. Michael Wilson, completely fine roster spot. I probably need to go to my rankings, actually. And let me see where I have these guys ranked on the site. We're going to actually have the brand new version of flockfantasy.com dropping for everybody later tonight, which I'm super excited about. And as soon as that happens, I can just update my rankings directly on stream as we are doing these team reviews. But anyway, going ahead, looking at where I have Douglas ranked versus Michael Wilson, is this maybe something that I need to flip? I currently have Demario Douglas, wide receiver 72, and I have Michael Wilson, wide receiver 59. Okay, good. I think that's probably about where they belong. But yeah, I would drop Douglas, hold on to Wilson. And then I think you probably do want to pick up another tight end. We do have the worst tight end room in this league with only Pat Freiermuth. If we have Freiermuth, I think picking up someone like Parkinson, just picking up someone that has the upside to potentially turn into our tight end in the second half of the season would make a lot of sense, especially when we don't need this wide receiver depth when we have the guys at the top end. And then honestly, if you really wanted to move on from Michael Wilson to pick up a running back off the waiver wire, if you see any interesting guys coming off waivers, that'd make a lot of sense. Let me see if anybody has Justin Fields. Yeah, this team here has Fields. I'm assuming just every starting quarterback is rostered. Yeah, it looks like the vast majority of people are rostering 3 QBs. Yeah, even Minshew is rostered. So we are just kind of stuck with Russ as our QB3. I mean, for the sake of this team, hopefully Russell Wilson takes over as the starting job. Takes over the starting job sometime soon. I like the team. I definitely like it a hell of a lot more than the team below you because we have that elite quarterback play. The main thing is when we're strong at the top end at wide receiver, I don't necessarily know if rostering these bottom end guys like Demario Douglas does anything. I'd rather pick up another running back. I'd rather pick up another tight end personally. But yeah, thank you again for everything, my friend. Really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out here. Now going over to Dylan's question saying, nobody wants Puka in my league. I am sad. Yeah, if this is the offer, Puka Nacua and Malik Neighbors versus Jalen Waddle, I would probably rather have Puka Nacua and Malik Neighbors. Like in the Flock League, I'd for sure trade Jalen Waddle for Puka and Neighbors. So it is. If people are rejecting these offers from you and you're just stuck with Puka Nacua, I'm sorry, you're just stuck with Puka. Like, for the love of God, don't be adding any more than what you're already offering. The Puka side's by far and away the best side here. Now, the Soaring Eagle coming out saying, Dobbins and Mason outscored Etienne and Connor last week. Who should we start? I like the Dobbins matchup. Yeah, the Dobbins matchup is phenomenal. I mean, Dobbins going up against Carolina. Looking at the quarterbacks here, we have Cousins and Geno Smith. Let me go ahead and pull up the matchups for these guys. I haven't memorized every single week 2 matchup just yet. Trust me, I will. Don't you worry. Okay, so you have Geno going up against New England. Not excited about that spot at all. You have Bijan going up against Philly. I think Cousins probably ends up having to throw the ball there a little more. Going over to running back, I understand Dobbins, Jordan Mason absolutely crushed. And I know Dobbins has a great matchup going up against Carolina, but he's still a committee back. I think you have to take the 3-down players. James Conner should be in a really good spot this week. An extremely high total in that game could very easily be the highest scoring game of the week. Travis Etienne, I think you maybe get a little bit of a bounce back. I mean, the workload is still there with Etienne. And the flex spot between, if Rashee Rice is available for the flex, we just go ahead and we take Rashee Rice. It's very tough. I mean, I think if you wanted to pivot to something else, it would come down to Jordan Mason. There's no way you start J.K. Dobbins here. Your team's too good to start J.K. Dobbins. The only other pivot you would have is Jordan Mason under the assumption that Christian McCaffrey were to miss this week. Obviously, if CMC misses, you have no interest. And honestly, between Connor and Etienne, I think I'd put Mason in over Etienne if CMC were to miss. So this is pretty much what we're looking at here. One of these guys, my friend. But definitely play James Conner. Definitely play Rashee Rice in the flex. Definitely play Kirk Cousins in at that other quarterback slot. Can y'all spam the chat? If CMC misses, who would you rather play between Jordan Mason or Travis Etienne? You have Etienne going up against Cleveland. You have Jordan Mason going up against Minnesota. So you know what? Honestly, I'd probably go Jordan Mason. But please let me know in the chat. Okay. Mason. Etienne by far. Does look like most people in the chat are saying Mason, my friend. But let's move this over. Stefan says, I cannot figure out how to ask a question. My guy, just go over to flockfantasy.com. You go over to flockfantasy.com. You'll be able to hit the little $ in the top right corner. You hit that. You should be good. You should be able to ask a question. And sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to get chats back up on the screen for everybody. There, bam. I don't know why chats weren't on the screen for y'all previously. But yeah, thank you so much, The Soaring Eagle. I hope that I was able to help you out there with that start set. Okay. Let's go ahead and move this over. This is going to be a team review here from Juice Saver 44. Now, this team's currently ranked 7th with the league analyzer. This is going to be a 10-team format. It says it's a start 9 league. I don't necessarily know if that's somebody that thinks that they need to include kicker defenses as like quote unquote who they are starting. So we'll talk about a couple different options here. But let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Quarterback. This is a Dynasty format. Oh, okay. It's a super flex Dynasty start 9 league. Okay. This makes a lot more sense. So looking at QB, we have Caleb, Goff, Stafford, and Daniel Jones. And a 10-team Superflex league, we're not super concerned about the quarterback depth. Everybody's going to be able to have a solid QB3. Everybody's going to have, there are going to be teams with 4 quarterbacks, just like what we have. What I'm more so concerned with is who we have specifically at the very top of the roster. And here in terms of our ability to contend right now, do I think Caleb Williams is top 10 quarterback this year? No. Do I think Jared Goff's the top 10 quarterback this year? No. Do I think Stafford is? No. Do I think Jones is? No. I don't think we have a QB1 with the team. I think we have a couple QB2s. So, not super excited. And then also, if we were to pivot over to a rebuild, I think Matthew Stafford is a very clear sell. You can hold on to Jared Goff. Goff has long-term value. And then if you're looking at Caleb, obviously Caleb's more appealing in a rebuild than he is on a contending team. Going over to running back, every single one of these running backs would be a sell if we wanted to pivot over to a rebuilding roster. We have Etienne, Jacobs, Pollard, Eckler. Do I think Etienne's the top 10 running back this season? Possibly. Maybe we have a running back 1 here. The Love injury is really going to impact the overall upside that you have with Josh Jacobs. Maybe we have a running back 2 for the time being. Pollard, maybe we have the thing is when I say a running back 3, it's a 10-team league. So Pollard's the running back 23 from a points per game perspective. He's an RB3, right? Eckler, there may be an RB4 in this format. So we just kind of have an average running back room, which is exactly how the league analyzer has it. Has this is the 5th best running back room, dead average in a 10-teamer. Going over to wide receiver, this is by far and away the strongest point of this team, right? Now, here's the issue with it. Puka Nacua goes down with an injury. Jordan Love's injury impacts Jaden Reed. So now we're only really sitting with St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk that we can be excited about in the short term, and we have Jaden Reed here. So the wide receiver room, when fully healthy, phenomenal. But the wide receiver room as to today, with the ability to contend, given the injuries that we have, not super exciting. Going over to tight ends, Schultz doesn't look appealing. Luke Musgrave's behind Tucker Kraft now. Obviously, Parkinson's maybe a bye week fill-in. But overall, I mean, this is a team that I think is in a 10-teamer, more so trending to be a rebuilding roster than a contending team. I'm not ready to shut it down just yet. I think what this team needs to do is we need to just tough it out. For the love of God, do not trade for any contending assets. We need to hold on to our future picks for sure. And if we get through this Puka Nacua injury, if we get through the Jordan Love injury and all of a sudden Jacobs and Jaden Reed are appealing again, and we are sitting at 3-3, then at that point, bravo, let's go ahead and let's contend this season. But if these injuries end up starting us off as 1-3 roster, a 1-4 roster, I very easily see a path for this team to really just pivot straight to a rebuild, to go through and pretty much sell every single running back on the team, sell Matthew Stafford, and then also potentially throw Brandon Ayuk on the trade block. I don't think Ayuk's going to see a production fall off anytime soon, but I just think naturally his dynasty value is going to decline given his age and given just his career trajectory at this point. So I think throwing him on the trade block and seeing what we could get could be an appealing move overall. Obviously, we still have our 2025 first, so we'd potentially be able to earn the 101 next season. And yeah, but we have a below average quarterback room, the running back room that's just kind of average, wide receiver room that was great, but now is just kind of average post injuries, like the worst tight end room in the league. So I think this team's probably going to be a rebuilder, unless you're able to potentially just go through and, I don't know, potentially stay alive over the next few weeks and then get these injured players back, my guy. But yeah, let's see where we are at over the next few weeks. And if things go downhill, I think we probably just pivot to a rebuild and sell those players we are referring to. Now let's go over and let's check out this team. This is going to be a redraft 10-team start 7 format. So this is going to be a very shallow league for Bring the Hurts. This is Thovin. My guy, best team in the league here. You absolutely love to see it. And what's funny is typically what we are used to seeing with the league analyzer going into week 1 is all the teams being valued about the same. But now that you have all the injuries, now that rankings are being updated, you are starting to see there are the teams that are very strong and the teams that are very weak. Like we can go through and we can look at our team where we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback, Achane Swift at running back, wide receiver, Jefferson, Brown, Waddle, Rice, McBride at tight ends. And we can go and look at the team at the bottom, Tua at quarterback, Etienne and Montgomery at running back, Debo Neighbors at receiver, Kelsey at tight end. Just see the massive disparity with these teams at this point. But anyway, in this kind of league, you're definitely incentivized to have the elite quarterback, have the elite tight ends, based off just the fact they're going to make up such a high percentage of your starting lineup output when you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Jalen Hurts here at quarterback. Love to see it. Having Caleb as QB2. In this kind of league, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to move on from him. Let's just see how many people are rostering 2 quarterbacks. You actually have a team here rostering 3 QBs, 2 teams rostering 3 quarterbacks. So yeah, if that's the case, I mean, if your league mates are rostering 3 QBs, I think you probably want to be the spot. Just hold on to Caleb Williams. We have the anchor RB in Devon Achane while healthy. Beyond that, we don't really have any players we can be excited about. The Jalen Warren role was a disaster. The DeAndre Swift offense was horrendous. I started Swift this week. It was very, very ugly. Trey Benson's going to give you nothing at the beginning of the season. So looking at Achane being banged up, this is going to put us in a very tough situation. Like if you were looking at making a move with this team, I think the obvious thing is you need another running back. We need to improve at RB2. If this was a league where you had multiple flex spots, then I think that you are honestly kind of fine as is. But with this being a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. We start Jefferson, Brown, Jalen Waddle every single week regardless. Like Rashee Rice is currently on your bench. Is that meaning that you need to go through and you need to sell Rashee Rice? Of course not. Does that mean if we're able to package together Jaden Reed with DeAndre Swift and go get an upgrade at running back, if we're able to package together Brian Thomas with Jaylen Warren and go get an upgrade at running back, is that advantageous for us? 100%, because these are wide receivers with a ton of value. These are wide receivers that are very exciting, but it's just extremely difficult to ever imagine them actually making a difference, specifically in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. And we went through and we drafted wide receiver round 1. We followed up with wide receivers in the middle rounds with guys like Jalen Waddle and Rashee Rice. You have a phenomenal wide receiver room. So I think you need to take these guys at the bottom end, such as Jaden Reed and Brian Thomas, try to send them into full deals with Swift and Jaylen Warren. Go get those improvements at running back in the starting lineup, and we're golden here. I mean, going over to tight ends, we have Trey McBride. McBride, he's my tight end 2 rest of season. Love to see it. And yeah, you can start him every single week, regardless of matchup. The usage looks great. Obviously, this is a very good team, number 1 team with the league analyzer. But if we were going to make those adjustments, I think it's specifically at running back, especially post Achane injury. Now, let's go over to our next team. This is a trade question. They're saying they also have Trey McBride. So obviously, having 2 elite level tight ends, it is going to benefit us to go through and trade away one of those tight ends if we can get wide receiver production and improve inside the starting lineup. Now, do I think we're getting anything close to fair value by trading away Sam Laporta for Terry McLaurin, Amari Cooper, and Dalton Schultz? Not at all. Especially if you consider that you'd have to go through, more likely than not, you'd have to drop a few guys at the same time. Let's see if you have your team linked, because if you have a team linked, we can see exactly who you'd have to drop. No, your team is not linked here, so it is what it is. But I think I would just go ahead. I'd say I like the idea of moving on from one of the tight ends. If we have both Laporta and McBride, the tight end 1 and tight end 2, I don't have to start a tight end in my flex spot. You never want to do that. But if you are selling one of these elite level tight ends, you're definitely going to need a better package than McLaurin and Amari Cooper. I will say in the Flock League, I actually have Amari, McLaurin, and Laporta all in the same squad. Now let's go over to our next trade question. This one coming out from Brazy. It says, could counter by adding in Amari or Brian Thomas Jr. So trust me, I'm saying this as someone who's tried trading Austin Eckler in the Flock League more than once. Nobody will ever want to trade for Austin Eckler. Eckler has 0 value. He's a throw-in just to get a deal done. It really is, would we rather have Zay Flowers or Josh Jacobs? Jacobs is the pick for me very easily. Very, very easily. We want to go ahead and we want to take Jacobs. Okay. Let's move this over. And we're going to get this team. Question going for money team. Actually, we are going to get to this in just 1 second. Let me answer this real quick. Marshall says, is there a way to get free team reviews? Yes, there is. Obviously, you can purchase any team breakdowns or anything over there on flockfantasy.com. But also, if you wanted to get a free team review from yours truly in one of these live streams, the cheapest way to do so would be heading over to Underdog Fantasy. On Underdog Fantasy, they're doing a ridiculous amount of promos. I actually ended up winning $200 through all of week 1, specifically, not because I'm good at pick'ems, but because I took advantage of all the promotions that they were offering. They're offering a ton of promos this week as well. The no sweat pick'em on Tuesday, so win or get your money back. CeeDee Lamb special pick'em, more than less than half total yard on Wednesday. 30% profit boost on Thursday. Random special promo on Friday. College football discounts on Saturday. NFL discounts on Sunday. Like I said, I'm not good at pick'em. I won $250 week 1 just because of the promos. So make sure you're taking advantage of the promos and use code FLOCK. You'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will actually get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with. And we're about to switch over to the new live site tonight for all users, which I'm super excited for. And once that is done, then the next thing on our list is making sure we can get all those email addresses that signed up to Underdog since September 5th and use promo code FLOCK and credit y'all with a free team review voucher on the site, which is coming very, very soon. Hopefully we have y'all hooked up with that tomorrow. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this next trade question. This one coming out from HBK Cade. This is Brandon Ayuk, James Conner versus Isaiah Pacheco. It's a 12-team half PPR standard roster. I'm currently sitting on Ayuk. I'd like to go and upgrade at running back, mainly Conner. Thinking about trade, my guy, I understand the thought process here. I mean, James Conner's a running back that I have, and I would actually like to upgrade from him if I could, specifically because if you are looking at James Conner, this is an RB that is going to see his role diminish as the season goes on. But I don't know. Brandon Ayuk has too much value. I think you can make an argument to have Ayuk straight up over Pacheco. I know he was disappointing here week 1, but I think it's going to be a lot better in better matchups going forward. We're going to go ahead. We are going to take Brandon Ayuk. Christ Alone says, how do I sync ESPN with on Flock? So I am sorry. Syncing ESPN on flockfantasy.com is a little bit of pain in the butt. You can't do it on your phone. You have to do it on your computer. The reason is ESPN requires for us to pull cookies, specifically in a private league. So we actually had to develop a flockfantasy.com ESPN extension. So you have to do it on your computer. You have to add the extension. You have to log into ESPN on one window, log into flockfantasy.com on the other window, add the extension, and hit sync teams. It's a little bit annoying. I completely understand, but you only have to do it once and then you're good for the entire year. We're able to save your cookies and you never have to do it again. You are linked up with your account. Now, Slush Monkey. This is somebody, a member of the flock that we have done a ton of these questions for, saying, should I target a quarterback or a number 1 receiver? Packaging Ridley or JSN isn't going to happen. Everyone in my league doesn't like them. Most real or Rice and Montgomery. I'd like to keep Rice, Smith, Collins. They seem like they're on very solid teams. Someone offered Marvin Harrison Jr. for Rashee Rice and David Montgomery. Ooh, that is interesting. Now, the exact reason why this is interesting, my friend, is one, we already have a phenomenal team. We are already ranked number 2 in the league analyzer. And the second thing is, if you are looking at what we have with these league settings, it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex in a 10-team format, any chance we have to improve inside the starting lineup is advantageous. And at the same time, the replacement level player that you're going to get off the waiver wire is going to be extremely exciting as well. So if you make that 2-for-1 deal and you trade Montgomery as well as Rashee Rice and go get Marvin Harrison Jr., I know it seems like you're maybe overpaying, but the player you're going to get off the waiver wire, I think maybe balances it out a bit. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Rashee Rice and David Montgomery or Marvin Harrison Jr. in a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spot? This is probably a league where you took Rashee Rice round 6 or 7. Montgomery went round 7 or 8. Harrison went at the 1-2 turn. And you're getting to buy low on that rookie 1 week into the season after 1 disappointing week for a rookie. Looking at the chat, most people are saying Rice and Montgomery. To be honest with you, I'm going to go against the grain. If you were playing in a 12-team league with multiple flex spots, I think I agree with you. I think Rice and Montgomery, multiple high-quality starters, but specifically in this format, where the option off the waiver wire is going to be solid. The overall thought process, you're trading 2 mid to late picks that you had in a 10-team league for somebody that went round 2 of your draft. That was a rookie that disappointed week 1. I think it's a great foundational fantasy football move. So yes, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to do just that, my friend. It's going to open a roster spot for us as well. I like the idea of going and upgrading quarterbacks, specifically in this format where wide receiver depth's not going to matter much because you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But instead of trading for an upgrade over Jared Goff, I think something you could do as well is just go ahead and just take that open roster spot you have from sending the package of Rice and Montgomery for Marvin Harrison Jr. and using that open roster spot and picking up another quarterback off the waiver wire. And then you can just play the matchups between Jared Goff and that other QB. Now going over to running back after we solve that quarterback spot, we have Breece Hall, Ramondre Stevenson, Tajay Spears, and Blake Corum. So we have the anchor running back. We have an RB2 that we can play. And then we have some high upside pieces down there on the bench. Obviously, in the case of Corum, you would need an injury to Kyron, but you would be in a fine spot. Going over to wide receiver, you'd be able to start Marvin Harrison Jr., Nico Collins, Drake London every single week. You have Smith, Ridley, JSN as quality depth pieces as well. Obviously, you already know, and I'm sure we've already said this. If we are looking at Smith, Ridley, JSN, these are probably wide receivers that would benefit you from selling. I don't necessarily know what the ceiling looks like specifically in this league, but you already knew I was going to try to say to sell Ridley, try to say to sell JSN. If your league mates aren't tanking them, there's not much that you can do. The only thing I would stress is any waiver wire move you make, you're not picking up another receiver. It doesn't matter if Khalil Shakir is available and you think he's the best pickup of the week, because no player off the waiver wire at wide receiver is hitting your starting lineup after that move. Now going over to tight end, we have Trey McBride. With McBride, he's my tight end 2 rest of season. I think you're going to be able to start him every single week regardless of matchup. Underlying usage, look great. No hesitation whatsoever. I think you're in a really good spot here, my friend. But overall, looking at this squad, I mean, like I said, I agree. I think we want to improve quarterback instead of going and making that trade to improve QB. I think it would just be an easier spot to go ahead and pick up another quarterback off of the waiver wire and play the matchup between that quarterback and Jared Goff. And then we're going to make that 2-for-1 deal to get an improvement inside the starting lineup. Buy low on Marvin Harrison Jr. I really do like it, my friend. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's move over to our next question. It's going to be coming up from Ransom. Says, do I capitalize on the London bad game, or do we think it's going to be bad all year? My guy, I think this is a great trade. I would much prefer Drake London over Xavier Worthy rest of season. Hook 'em horns. Obviously, I'm rooting for our guy Worthy. Worthy had 3 targets week 1. Drake London had elite market share numbers as a rookie and a second-year player. It was a very tough matchup going up against Pittsburgh. It was Cousins' first game ever. I think London will be better going into the future. Do I think that London's going to be a wide receiver 1? Hard to say that after what just happened. But, I mean, buying low on London at this price point does feel like there's no brainer. Okay. Now, going over to Useful Goose. We're checking out a team that is in a 10-team format, start 8. So it's a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective. We are currently the number 1 team according to the league analyzer. Quarterback, we have A-Rich as well as Tua. So we have a quarterback with a crazy rushing ceiling and another quarterback that will potentially lead the NFL in overall passing volume. So really good spot at quarterback. Obviously, we are ranked QB as the 3rd best quarterback room in this league. Going over to running back, we have Gibbs, Achane. So we have the anchor RB. We have, possibly 2 anchor RBs if Achane is healthy. Sounds like, honestly, I think Achane probably misses Thursday. If he misses Thursday, then all of a sudden he gets 10 days to rest and hopefully be back by week 3. Regardless, the depth behind this, you have Javonte, Chase Brown, Trey Benson, Nick Chubb. So the depth in the long term is very exciting. The issue is the depth in the short term is not so good, where you are having to deal with Trey Benson, not having to roll with James Conner as being the locked-in starter. You're having to deal with Nick Chubb just not even being healthy. Chase Brown's behind Zach Moss. Javonte Williams is in a 3-man running back by committee. So in the short term, if HN misses, it's going to be devastating for us. Going over to receiver, we can start 4 wide receivers from week-to-week perspective. We have Chase, Harrison, Rice. I would start Worthy over Reed with the Love injury. And then we have the long-term upside of Reed and the depth of Christian Kirk. If possible, and I know this is not going to be possible in a lot of formats, I think we can go ahead and if we could package Christian Kirk with a running back like Javonte Williams and just pivot over and get a running back that we are a little bit more excited to start. Doesn't have to be a great player. If we can go get Ramondre Stevenson, if we can go get Jerome Ford, if we can go get Brian Robinson, just a viable running back here in the short term. I don't see how Christian Kirk makes a difference for this team with this wide receiver room in a 10-team league in particular. It's not like it's a bad thing for us trading for a short-term fill-in at running back when we already have all of the long-term upside in the world with Achane, Trey Benson, and Nick Chubb. And the main thing that we need to focus in on here is how we solve this running back situation for the short term. So I think that's probably what we're going to look to do. Going over to tight ends, we have Mark Andrews. We have Taysom Hill. Before the week, I was saying, okay, with Mark Andrews, this is a tight end that I'm starting every single week regardless. Go ahead and drop any backup option that you have, but obviously much tougher to say that now. I think the main thing, is just going through, taking Christian Kirk. It's a 10-team league. Seeing if we can package him with any of these depth running backs to get someone that we're excited about starting in the short term, and then just relying on the long-term upside that we have with some of those other running backs. I'm really hoping that Achane is healthier sooner rather than later. Okay. But let's go ahead. And if you're having a difficult time finding the extension, a link to ESPN should hopefully be a little bit easier when the new site drops for everybody in about an hour. But also, you could always find it in the Flock. You could always find it in the Discord. The Discord's actually the link in the description, and go to site issues because we've had a lot of people reaching out about the ESPN thing. So you can find the link to the extension in the site issues tab on the Discord. I should probably also know other places you can find it, but I just saw it there a couple hours ago. So you can definitely find that there, my friend. Okay. Rob says website's broken. That's probably a good news. Probably means the developers are switching it over to the new site right now. So fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can actually see the new website very, very soon. And I'm freaking pumped. I'm pumped. But let's move over to the next one. Somebody says, potentially have a trade where I'll receive Saquon and Devonta Smith for Dobbins and Wilson or A.J. Brown. 100% yes. Trade Garrett Wilson and J.K. Dobbins for Saquon Barkley and Devonta Smith. Absolutely no-brainer, my friend. No-brainer. Go make that trade. I'd rather sell Wilson than A.J. Brown, to be honest with you. I don't know if you're wanting us to submit a starting lineup for this week as well. We will do that just in case you were wanting. I think A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver, tight end Pitts, running back this week, and then we're going to go Cook against Miami, and then we'll go Jordan Mason if CMC were to miss. And then for the flex spot, I think we're going to go ahead and take Jalen Waddle. Now, if CMC does play, instead of going with Jordan Mason, you will go with J.K. Dobbins and a good matchup against Carolina. Okay. So let's move this over. This is a trade where we send, this is from Dusty Dollars, where we send Amon-Ra St. Brown, Christian Watson, James Conner for Garrett Wilson, Devon Achane, and Rashee Rice. Okay. So going from St. Brown to Garrett Wilson, I stand by. I do think that that's going to be a downgrade. I would rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown over Garrett Wilson rest of season. Going from James Conner to Devon Achane, you are getting an upgrade there. And Christian Kirk to Rashee Rice, you're getting an upgrade as well. So I honestly think the St. Brown downgrade to Garrett Wilson is not so much of a downgrade that we wouldn't rather just have Achane and Rashee Rice. I mean, I know the Jets looked really bad, but you did have like a 30% market share number for Garrett Wilson here. So I do think that it's kind of only uphill for the Jets, or it's just a really tough matchup against the Niners. So let's go Wilson, Achane, and Rice. Okay. Let's move this over. Somebody says, I traded Smith and Evan Ingram for Moore and Kincaid to stack with Allen. Okay, let's check this team out for what we have now. I mean, this is a team at tight end. I definitely think you can go Kincaid. If you just traded for Kincaid too, I think you can drop Zach Ertz. I know Ertz obviously played over Ben Sinnott in week 1. I think Sinnott will continue to expand his role, however. And I don't know what upside you have with Zach Ertz. A wide receiver, DJ Moore is a no-brainer play with no Rome Odunze. Drake London will be a play over Xavier Worthy as well. Our other running back between Pacheco, Mixon, we're going to go Mixon. Quarterback, we go Josh Allen over Tua. And then for the flex between Pacheco, Worthy, Blake Corum, Zach Ertz, I think we will take Pacheco there, my friend. Okay. But Slush Monkey, I think we already looked at this team for you. So this is just loading twice. So let's back out here. And let's actually check out some of the free messages in the chat. So if you have any questions, please let me know in the live chat real quick. Wamel says Malik Neighbors or Drake London this week. So actually, if you look at the implied team total for the Giants in this matchup, should be a much better Giants offense now than what you previously had. But I do think that I go ahead. I think I take Drake London here. Not the biggest London guy. Obviously, I was very, very low on Malik Neighbors coming into the season. I definitely have more London than Neighbors. That's for damn sure. But I do think that it's going to be a spot where you just have Cousins with more passing volume in a better matchup where he's not having to go up against Pittsburgh. Okay, Cogent says Achane, Swift, Reed for Gibbs, Jacobs. Achane to Gibbs, give me Gibbs. Swift and Reed versus Jacobs, up to you. So I'm going to go with Gibbs and Jacobs, where you don't have to concern yourself with the Achane injury at all. Okay. Ford says, PBR rest of season, do we want Derrick Henry or James Conner? So obviously, I was a big anti-James Conner guy this season. Feel pretty good about that based off what's happened week 1. But to be honest with you, and I have James Conner in the Flock League, I think it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and say Derrick Henry. James Conner, you are going to have to deal with Trey Benson expanding his role later in the year. And I probably just have a couple more weeks of top-end James Conner production before I am trying to throw him on the trade block and look to sell. Okay. Ruff says, did I miss the Jordan Mason talk? How much fab for a 0-RB team? CMC, Achilles, tendon. Yes, I understand the CMC Achilles thing. We did talk about this a little bit previously. And I am so sorry. Obviously, I'm going to try to answer as many free questions in the chat as I can. But that's a type of question where I just simply can't answer just in the live chat. The reason being is to determine how much fab you drop on someone, it is so critical to know the amount of teams that are in your league, the amount of bench spots that you have, who you're dropping, and what the waiver wire options are. A roster spot is worth dramatically more in an 8-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex versus a 12-team format where you have 8 bench spots. 12-team format where you have 8 bench spots, I'm blowing my load on Jordan Mason. 8-team league, it's a little bit different. So that's not something I can talk about. Bearded Yoshi says Tank Dell or Cortland Sutton this week. This one for me, super, super easy. I think you just go ahead. I think you take Tank Dell here, my friend. But let's move over Oliver says, do I trade Cup for Chase? I would love to know y'all's thoughts on this. So I updated my rankings over there on flockfantasy.com. I will say a couple different things. For this week, I have Cooper Kupp ranked at wide receiver 3. I have Cooper Kupp inside the same tier as Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb. I have Jamar Chase this week ranked much lower. Now, with that being said, my rest of season rankings, knowing that Puka Nacua will come back, I still have Chase at 4 and I have Cooper Kupp at 7. I think Kupp is better than Chase in the short term. I would rather have Chase over Kupp in the long term. Looking at please, everybody spam the chat. Rest of season, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Cooper Kupp and Jamar Chase? Please let me know in the live chat right now. And also, if you have not done so already, for the love of God, go down there and hit that like button. Probably going to be live for another 3-4 hours answering fantasy football questions. And yeah, we've live streamed like every single day for like 100 plus days. So make sure you're hitting that like button for us. Kupp, Chase, Kupp, Kupp, Chase, Kupp, Kupp, Chase. Chase, Chase, Kupp, Chase. Kupp, Chase, Chase, Kupp, Kupp, Chase. It looks like, people are very split where it does look 50-50. I don't know. My thought process is, while you have no Puka, I would rather have Cooper Kupp. But it's not like Puka's out for the rest of the season. You will eventually get Puka back into this offense. And once Puka's back in, I think it's clearly Chase. I think the Bengals are a much better offense rest of season than the Rams are. I know that's tough to say based off what just happened week 1, but I think it'll just project out the Cincinnati Bengals to be a very bad offense rest of season. Would definitely be a week 1 overreaction. Okay. Now, Joanne says, trade away Waddle for Puka. Hell no. I would way rather have Waddle over Puka. Way rather have Waddle over Puka. Before the injury, yes, give me Puka, but post-injury, no, give me Waddle. Nick says Kupp is wide receiver 1 if he stays healthy. I would take the field over that easily. Like I said, I have Cooper Kupp ranked inside my top 3 wide receivers this week. I have Cooper Kupp ranked at wide receiver 3 inside the same tier of Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb. But come on. Sam says we don't know how long Puka's out for. He's out for at least 4 weeks. At least 4 weeks. Okay, so let's move this over. I don't think we have too many more questions over there on flockfantasy.com. Let me make sure I'm getting through all of them so we're not making people wait. And of course, if you wanted to get your question answered on flockfantasy.com, you can hit the little $ in the top right corner and ask a start sit question, ask a trade question, get a full-blown roster review. In terms of a roster review, I'll definitely say it's going to be much cheaper to just take advantage of the promo that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK over there on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a ridiculous amount of promos this week. Like I won $250 on Underdog this past week with Pick'ems. Not because I'm any good at them, just because I took advantage of the promos they were offering. You have the No Sweat Pick'em today. Definitely take advantage of that one. If you lose, you get your money back. Wednesday, CeeDee Lamb, free pick, more than less than half total yard. Thursday, 30% profit boost. Friday, random promo. Excited to see what that one is. Saturday, college football discounts. Sunday, NFL discounts as well. And if you use code FLOCK, you're going to get a free team review in one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you used over there on Underdog Fantasy. Think we already answered this question. I would prefer Josh Jacobs over Jaden Reed and DeAndre Swift. I know that Jordan Love's injured, but Jordan Love's injury impacts Jaden Reed in my mind more than it does Josh Jacobs. Definitely impacts both of them for sure. Sam says, good luck in the Flock League. More content from that, please. Thank you, my guy. Here's what I need from y'all with the Flock League. Okay. I need y'all to go to the comment section and I need y'all to say that you are rooting for me. Okay. If you don't know what I'm already talking about, we have like a reality TV show, fantasy football channel called The Flock League. Just look it up on YouTube. I think it just hit 10,000 subscribers. And I know that nobody in that league is watching this right now. So we're going to keep this between us. Every video that we post, I need y'all in the comment section. Please, please, I would love it if y'all did this. Literally love it. And just spam like, Mason's team's the best. Mason's the best in this league. Mason knows what he's doing. Just act like bots and just spam how good I am at fantasy football just to make the other guys mad. It would be hilarious. Please do it. And then, yeah, like I said, I'm so damn excited about that channel. I literally watched the video that dropped today like 10 times. We're only going to do one video a week over there, but I think it's going to be like a must-see video. Okay. Amon says, I messed up, dude. I meant to put Brandon Cooks and Mason for David Montgomery. All good. It doesn't matter if Brandon Cooks is on the Jordan Mason side or not. I still want David Montgomery over Jordan Mason here easily. Now, if CMC were on the IR, then this could be a different answer. But there's an outside chance McCaffrey's back this week. Not saying it's going to happen, but there is that outside chance. And in that scenario, I think you would really be kicking yourself if you traded Montgomery for Jordan Mason, even if it's Brandon Cooks too. Okay, let's move this over. Next question, going to be a start sit from Ghost. Says, I won week 1, but I'm now hit with the Puka trade proposal. Okay, my guy, if you're asking about a trade question, please submit it as a trade question, okay? Goddard for Deontay Johnson. Give me Deontay Johnson if you're pretty weak at wide receiver. If you're weak at wide receiver, give me Deontay. It's a league where it looks like we have to start 3 wide receivers and a flex. And yeah, our other wide receivers are Hollywood Brown, Curtis Samuel, and Darnell Mooney. So I think you go ahead and I think you take Deontay Johnson, my friend. But let's move this over. And our next question is coming out from Crops. He's asking us to review this trade for him. Now, this is Saquon Barkley on one side versus Olave, Etienne, Nick Chubb, Zach Moss, and you get Najee Harris. Like, let's take out Najee Harris and Zach Moss and say they're about the same. Would I rather have Saquon Barkley versus Chris Olave, Travis Etienne, Nick Chubb? This is Saquon Barkley by a mile, my friend. This is the perfect example of trading 4 quarters for $1 or 3 quarters for $1. You go get Saquon Barkley. You're then able to just go ahead and use the open roster spots that you have to bring in just free guys off the waiver wire. Yeah, I think you can upgrade from Zach Moss to Najee Harris. And going from Olave, Etienne, Nick Chubb to Saquon Barkley, in my mind, is an absolute no-brainer. Okay. Now, let's move this over to Ocho Uno. Team name, No Limit Soldiers. I believe that's how you say it. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. I'm dumb. But anyway, this is a 12-team start 8 format. So depth actually does matter a little bit here. It says, what do you think the chances are of my team winning the chip and moolah? Hit me with it. I've come a long way. Okay, let's go, my guy. Let's go. So this is this a dynasty format? It does look like it is a dynasty 1 quarterback format. So like we said, it's if it's a dynasty league, it's not deep. I mean, a start 8 format's a little bit deeper for a redraft league. Dynasty league kind of seems a little standard. Going over and looking at quarterback, we are rostering Mahomes and Knicks. You are able to start Mahomes every single week, regardless of matchup, not only for 2024, but also for the end of time. You should be able to do this. So absolutely love quarterback, no hesitation. Mahomes is actually my QB1 in Dynasty. I'd rather have Josh Allen, obviously, in redraft, given rushing upside, but I just think the long-term outlook for Mahomes is so hard to get away from. Going over to running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Devon Achane. So we have a couple of running backs that are anchoring the position. We have Jordan Mason, which is going to save our butt if we have the Devon Achane injury, if Achane is going to miss some time here. But Jordan Mason can fill in the short term if McCaffrey misses. If not, we'll play Jalen Wright and hope that he's the guy over Jeff Wilson. But yeah, I mean, this is a league where depth doesn't matter too much at running back. Obviously, we have the long-term upside of Benson. We really just need Achane healthy, and we'll be good to go. Or we need CMC injured. Going over to wide receiver, we have Waddle, Rice, Higgins. We have plenty of depth. You can only start 4 wide receivers from week to week perspective in this league. A lot of these guys are cornerstone assets. Rome, we can contend with in the short term, build around with in the long term. Waddle, we can contend with him in the short term, build around him in the long term. Rice, contend with him in the short term, build around him in the long term. Reed, contend in the short term, build around in the long. JSN, maybe we can say the same thing. We just don't know yet. And then T. Higgins, I think you can contend with him in the short term. If you were a rebuilding team, I'd probably throw him on the trade block. But nonetheless, wide receiver, we have all the firepower in the world here. It is a dynasty format where we can start up to 4 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective and a 12-team league. So I'm chilling with this wide receiver room. If you had this wide receiver room in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex redraft format, I'm panicking and I'm telling you, sell receiver, sell receiver, sell receiver, go get an upgrade at running back. But in this format, I think it's built out correctly. Tight end, we have Kelsey and Likely, just in case that Kelsey's not enough to get by. So overall, I think you're in a phenomenal spot. It all hinges on the health of our running backs with Taylor and Achane. But I mean, even if Achane misses this week, if CMC misses this week and we're able to start Jordan Mason, it doesn't really matter. I mean, we are going to be able to get by. If this Rome injury is not going to impact us too much when we have this depth at wide receiver and we haven't hit the bye weeks yet. We have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end play. So I think you're in a really good spot to ship this. I would not make any move right now until you end up. I would not make any move right now until we get more information on Achane. If this Achane injury turns out to be serious, where it looks like he's going to go on the IR, miss 4+ weeks, then at that point, I think that this team's so close to contending that you can afford to sell your 2025 first, and you can afford to go out there and purchase a running back. If Achane maybe only misses 1 week, then honestly, I hold on to the 2025 first just in case anything else happens and we need some flexibility later on. But right now, you're in an extremely strong spot, and I don't think you need to do anything. Like looking at some of these other teams, the team at 1 sees the Puka Nacua injury, so that kind of saves us. The team down here does look extremely strong at wide receiver for the long term, but they're garbage at running back and quarterback. So yeah, I think you're in a really, really good spot here, my friend. But yeah, thank you again for being a member of the flock. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And I think you should be the favorite to take down this league, in a 12-team league in particular, my friend. But let me move over and answer some more of the free chat questions. So if you have any questions, drop them in the chat right now, please. Kyle says, should I drop Hollywood or keep him? Okay, real quick. I was not a Hollywood Brown fan this year. It would be very good for me if Hollywood never came back and he never scored a fantasy point. Ooh, I would love it. But if you drafted Hollywood Brown, knowing that he was injured, for him to just miss 1 week, and then you dropped him after he missed said 1 week, why did you ever draft the guy in the first place? Do not drop Hollywood Brown. We knew he was going to miss time when you drafted him. It isn't a surprise. You shouldn't panic. He's going to be okay. I think you should just chillax here, my friend. I think you chillax. Okay. Mitchell says, why does it say we need credentials when I try to submit my team for review? So if you are trying to link an ESPN team, what you need to do is you need to add the Flock extension. You need to do it on a computer, and you need to be logged into ESPN on one window and logged into flockfantasy.com on the other window. Hit the add extension, hit sync, and then we can sync your league. We need to pull your ESPN cookies into flockfantasy.com. I know it's a pain in the butt that you have to do it on the computer, but good news is you have to do it one time, and then your link is synced for an entire year. So I'm sorry that you can't do it on the phone, my friend. Hopefully, we can get that set up where you can do it on the phone soon. Noah says, should I start Dak or Tua this week? So you have Tua going up against Buffalo. I believe the spread on the Cowboys game is pretty large. Let me see Yeah, they're going up against New Orleans. They're 7-point favorites. Implied team total of 26 points. Obviously, New Orleans looked really good this past week. I don't think that's a New Orleans thing. I think that's more of a Carolina Panthers thing. Let's see what the underdog pick'ems are. Obviously, neither of these guys are going to run the ball a ton. But looking at the underdog pick'ems on Tua, right now they have him higher, lower, 273.5 passing yards. They do not have a Dak pick'em out yet. So I can't just cheap out and say we're going to go with them. I think they're back to back. The implied team total for the Dolphins, 25.5 points. I probably end up going with Tua because going up against Buffalo, they may be forced to throw the ball more in the second half. Okay. Christian says, survivor pool, who's your lock? Sadly, I'm actually not in a survivor pool this year. Honestly, it's not that sad because who I would have taken week 1 would have been Cincinnati. So I would have been bounced immediately. If I'm looking at survivor pool week 2, I probably go with, here's what we typically do. Whenever I was in the survivor pool, we go ahead, we look at sports books, we look at spreads, we look at odds to win games. Okay, let's check out money lines here. So right now, some of the largest money lines you have, the Lions are minus 315 against the Bucks. I'm actually kind of surprised to see. I'm very surprised to see minus 315. The Eagles are minus 295 against the Falcons. The Texans are minus 290 against the Bears. The Seahawks are only minus 170 against the Pats. The Ravens, I think the Ravens are your... Going up against the Raiders in Baltimore, 10 games to prepare. Ravens are minus 450 to win this game. If I was in the survival pool, I think Ravens would be my team this week. Okay. Let's go ahead and move off of this. Post Simone says, drop Cortland Sutton for Jamison Williams. Yes, I would drop Cortland Sutton for Jamison Williams. I just think he's in a much, much better offense. Adrian says Goff or Purdy. Okay, so right now you have an implied team total of 29 points against the Bucks for Detroit. The issue with Purdy is going up against Minnesota. I don't see how they have to throw the ball in the second half. I'd probably go Goff over Purdy. Goff over Purdy. Carson says, should I start Burrow or Daniels? If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, I go Jaden Daniels. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format and we have Chase and Higgins both good to go, I go Burrow. Okay. Bearded Yoshi says, is Reed a bench play until Jordan Love comes back? 100% Jaden Reed needs to be on your bench until Jordan Love returns. But let's go ahead and let's dive into our next question over on flockfantasy.com. This next question is going to be Puka Nacua versus DJ Moore. Oh, this is tough. With the Puka injury, should I do this? I have London, Rasheed, Nico Collins as well. And who should we target if not? Let's see if you have your league linked. You do have your league linked. So looking at this, you have... You're saying we have the London team. So we have London, Collins, Brees, McBride, Rice, Brian Thomas Jr. So right now, I don't know if you filled out these league settings correctly, but it's saying it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. And we have Nico, we have London, we have Rice, we have Brian Thomas. So we have wide receivers going to start every single week. Like, to be honest with you, I don't know if I start DJ Moore over Nico Collins, Drake London, or Rasheed Rice. There's a small chance that in this league in particular, with how strong your team is and how shallow this format is, that DJ Moore is on your bench right now. And if that's the case where DJ Moore's on your bench, I think Puka Nacua does have more long-term upside. And if we're not getting any production from DJ Moore right this second, then I think we are going to go ahead. I think we are going to take Puka Nacua here, my friend. I think we will take Puka. Now, Aqua coming out with a question says, I'm really struggling for a running back too. Would this trade make sense? 100%. It's a no-brainer, my friend. I don't care if you are sitting with Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson. If you can trade Stephon Diggs and George Pickens for Jonathan Taylor, it's an absolute no-brainer. Please go ahead and get JT there. Now, Ledix coming out with a start-sit question says, adding Isaiah Likely and dropping Fields, I'm guaranteed that we have the first priority on waivers. Or should I use my priority to pick up Madison instead? No, go ahead, pick up Isaiah Likely. I think you could flip him for more. Looking at our starting lineup, I think we go, honestly, between London and Marvin Harrison Jr. here. These are going to be really the decision points. I currently have London ranked wide receiver 17 this week. I have Harrison ranked wide receiver 19. I think we go Drake London. Running back, we're just going to go with whoever the Niners guy is. If McCaffrey plays, we go McCaffrey. McCaffrey misses, we go Jordan Mason. Quarterback, here we are going to go ahead. We will take Kyler Murray. You already said that we are dropping Justin Fields. And then for the flex spots, Harrison's for sure going to be going in one of these. Puka is going to be out, so it's really between Keon Coleman, Jordan Addison, Brian Thomas Jr., Zamir White, or Jordan Mason. Here, I think we're going to go ahead and take either Keon Coleman or Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, both players had phenomenal week ones. I know most people are actually probably going to go Brian Thomas Jr. I think I may take Keon Coleman in what could potentially be a shootout with the Miami Dolphins, where Keon Coleman ran the most routes and played the most snaps out of any wide receivers in Buffalo this week. But let's go over and let's check out Ghost's team. Now, this is a squad that you're saying, thoughts on who to start for week 2. I'm number 6 on the waiver wire, trying to grab Shaheed Lazard or Puka's replacement, Demarcus Robinson. So checking out the best wide receiver that we have on the bench probably would be Hollywood Brown if he does play. If I'm looking at, or if we pick up Shaheed, right? Shaheed would be the best option, or Lazard, tomato. But looking at all those names, would I be playing any of them over Godwin, Ayuk, or Jameson Williams? No, I would not, to be honest with you. Going over to tight ends, Dallas Goedert versus Mark Andrews. Give me Dallas Goedert. We're going to leave that as is. Running back, we're really hoping Achane plays. If Achane does not play, then at that point, I would go Tajee Spears over to Von Achane. And then for the flex, we have J.K. Dobbins in there. Our backup option would be Spears. But yeah, given how good of the matchup is for J.K. Dobbins against the Carolina Panthers, I think we leave this as is, my friend. But thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And Maxi Poo coming out with the next question here. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 99% of the time, we are just wanting to get the best player. So we are essentially tiering up from Jamar Chase to Tyreek Hill. Love it. And we are moving up from Dak Prescott to Kyler Murray. We are paying Najee Harris and Zay Flowers to make these upgrades. Specifically in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, my friend, this is an absolute no-brainer. 100% we want to go ahead. We want to get Tyreek Hill and Kyler Murray. Let's go ahead and let's take the Tyreek Hill side. But let me move back over. We'll answer some more free chats in the live stream right now, and then we'll get back over to more of the questions on flockfantasy.com. But Russell says, Superflex, I'm starting Deshaun. Should I trade Trey McBride and Gardner Minshew? I mean, trade McBride for Gardner Minshew and Nick Chubb. Hell no. Hell no. Obviously, quarterback's worth significantly more, but like you get Gardner Minshew in, how excited are you to start Gardner Minshew over Deshaun Watson? Obviously, Deshaun Watson looks like absolute garbage. But if you look at the projections currently with the Raiders, right now you actually have the Raiders this week with the lowest implied team total in the NFL, I believe, with 16 points. Going up against Baltimore, the spread on this game is like 9 points. The Raiders are going to get absolutely stomped. The Raiders are also going to be an absolute garbage offense. So I think you're going from a very bad offense and a very bad quarterback in Deshaun Watson to also a very bad offense and a very bad quarterback with Gardner Minshew. I don't know if that really does anything for you, my friend. Man12 says, is Raheem Mostert droppable? No, he's not. There are just going to be simply too many points scored in this Miami Dolphins backfield to drop Raheem Mostert 1 week in, especially when we are dealing with a bunch of injuries across the board. Because right now, it's hard to know what the health truly is when you're looking at Devon Achane, when you're looking at Raheem Mostert. So I think I would rather just hold on to Mostert. There is an outside chance that Achane misses games and Mostert doesn't. Who knows? And if that does happen, Mostert most likely just crushes. More Blanker says, Devonta Smith for Marvin Harrison Jr. I have Devonta Smith in the Flock League right now, and if I could trade him for Marvin Harrison Jr., I would be so freaking pumped. There's a small chance that maybe I could swing that deal, but to be honest with you, Marvin Harrison Jr. is owned by one of the developers. So if I were to be able to make that trade, all the other league mates would go absolutely nuts and probably revoke it. So yeah, I think it's Harrison, not close. Justin, welcome. Welcome, my friend. Happy to see you. Mitchell says, why does it still want me to pay for a team review when I use code FLOCK on Underdog? So I'm very sorry, my friend. We have not been able to credit those free team reviews just yet. Like I said, tonight we're working to make sure that we can get the new live site out for everybody. And the next thing that we are going to do right after that is we are going to be getting those free team reviews. So I have a list of everybody who's used code FLOCK on Underdog since September 5th. I have the list of those email addresses, and what the developers are building out is they're building out a system where I can upload that list. And if we find an account that has, an account on flockfantasy.com with one of those email addresses, at that point, you will be accredited with a free team review. I'm really hoping that is done tomorrow, my friend. And as soon as it is done, I promise you I'll make the announcement in the live stream. We are just waiting a little bit of time for that, my friend. So yeah, I'm sorry for the confusion. Completely understand. It's on me. I thought that the new site was going to be live for everybody. Obviously, I can still see a little sneak peek of it on this live stream. I can go through and I can show y'all some of the stuff. I can show y'all my team's page. I can maybe show off a little bit of the trade calculator here. I don't know how much of this I can show y'all, but let's throw on Josh Allen. Let's throw on Tua, and maybe let's throw on a Mr. Jalen Waddle here. Let's hit submit, see what comes up, and it looks like they are robbing you with this deal. Tomato, but let's see what else we can show off. Show off my post page. All this is pretty much done. We're waiting for the rankings page to be wrapped up a little bit. Obviously, rankings look a little bad, but developers told me that it's going to be live any minute. I'm sure that they are about to push that rankings update. So hopefully we are good to go, and y'all can play around with the real up-to-date site very, very soon from now. Let's go to the Flock League. Let's use the expert values. Where are we in the expert values? Are we still number 3? Disappointing. But let's see if DeRice says, do we trade Jordan Mason? Depends what you're going to get. I saw somebody earlier in the chat that was able to sell Jordan Mason, and they were able to get David Montgomery. If you can sell Jordan Mason and get a running back like Montgomery, it's an absolute no-brainer. While obviously in any game that Christian McCaffrey were to miss, Jordan Mason does appear like he's a locked and loaded, high-end RB2, low-end RB1. The issue is he's not going to have a ton of receiving upside, but it's an elite offense. He had pretty much every single touch in said backfield. So, very exciting. But if McCaffrey does play week 2, then at that point, he's literally nothing. He's a handcuff. So if you're able to pivot to a long-term option where this sounds like it's an injury that McCaffrey's going to be having to deal with all season, but he can't play through it. The report that I read said if it was a playoff game, McCaffrey would have played week 1. So I don't know how much time McCaffrey misses here. It's very ambiguous. I wish I could come out and say that I had some crystal ball and I knew exactly how many Jordan Mason starts you were going to get. I just don't think it's clear at all. Okay. Like, this is a trade that I don't think makes much sense. Longtime member of the flock says, SDS says, should I trade Jordan Mason and Brian Thomas Jr. for Zay Flowers? That's a spot that I probably wouldn't be super excited for, right? Because if you're going from Brian Thomas Jr. to Zay Flowers, the actual upgrade that you're getting there is not massive from a points per game perspective. And you are just kind of giving the upside away with Jordan Mason there, just in case this McCaffrey injury is something serious. So I would rather just hold on to Jordan Mason in that instance. Okay. Let's move this over and let's actually see if we have any more questions over there on flockfantasy.com to get answered. And of course, I do want to remind you as well, if you have not done so already, if you wanted to get any question answered, you can go over to flockfantasy.com. You can purchase a trade question, a start sit question, a full-blown roster review. I will say by far and away the cheapest way to get a roster review, however, will just be going and taking advantage of the Underdog offer that we have right now, where if you actually go ahead and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to get a free team review on this live stream through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address to that account you signed up to Underdog with. And hell, I actually won over $200 in Underdog Pick'ems week 1, not because I'm any good, but because I took advantage of the promos that they have. Make sure you're taking advantage of the promos every day. You have the No Sweat Pick'em that's live tonight. You can go ahead, submit a pick'em. Even if you get it wrong, get your money back. Wednesday, they're dropping a CeeDee Lamb free pick, more than less than half total yard. Thursday, 30% profit boost. Friday, random special promo. Saturday, you have college football discounts. Sunday, NFL discounts. So make sure you are taking advantage. And like I said, use code FLOCK. That way you get that free team review from me over there on flockfantasy.com. And at the same time, you are going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 with that link in the description or comment section. But let's go over to our next trade question. This one coming out from Jay Lovelace. Says, I'm dropping Irwin and Otten for Likely and Madison. 100% love those drops. But looking at this trade, this is a very interesting spot. We're moving off of Achane to Saquon Barkley. We're paying Xavier Worthy to get the deal done. Can y'all please spam the chat right now? Would you rather have the Achane side or the Barkley side of this trade? So I'm looking at it going, I would well rather have Saquon Barkley over Devon Achane rest of season. Barkley, 3-down workhorse, top-end offense. Achane dealing with the ankle injury. Worthy, obviously, a high upside piece here. But my thing is, specifically with the Achane ankle injury, I don't know if the risk there makes any sense rather than just going with the Saquon Barkley side. So looking at the chat, we have Achane, Barkley, Achane, Barkley, Barkley, Achane, Barkley. So it does look like most people are on Barkley. Yeah, most people are on Saquon Barkley. And yeah, I would agree with that. I think if Achane was 100% healthy, it would be a very good question. It would be difficult to answer. But with the Achane ankle, and like I said, the concern that you had with this running back coming into the season is he weighed 188 pounds. We haven't seen a running back at this size be able to handle a 3-down workload without getting injured. It's now back-to-back instances where you are seeing Achane get nicked up. We're going to go Barkley here. Now, this is a question just straight up. Would you rather have Breece Hall or Christian McCaffrey? I had CMC ranked over Breece going into the season, but now that CMC is dealing with this Achilles, I think this is a very similar situation. There's no reason to roll the dice on the injured guy if you're going to be able to pivot to somebody in the same tier. So if we're going to get somebody in the same tier, I mean, you can see the rankings here. I've already updated Breece Hall to be my running back 1. I've already let McCaffrey fall to be my running back 3. I'd rather have Breece and I'd rather have Bijan over CMC at this point. Now going over to Slush Monkey, I think Slush Monkey's maybe asked the most questions through flockfantasy.com. And one thing that we're going to do as well, obviously we're still working on hopefully getting this live side out to y'all tonight And then we're going to be able to build out so much on top of this. But we're going to get y'all profile picks. And we're going to have like a bunch of cool accessories where, like, say you submit multiple trade questions, something, you unlock a certain accessory. So I think it's going to be really cool. So Slush Monkey is already probably first in line to get some of that stuff. But they said, I did it. They just accepted the trade. So I'm just trying to get reassurance that this was the right move. I just got Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm stressing when I keep comparing their targets week 1. At this point, this isn't much of a question, just a reassurance check. I completely understand where you're coming from. Obviously, Rashee Rice, much better week 1 than Marvin Harrison Jr. But at the same time, Marvin Harrison Jr. was a rookie. Now, for him to go in round 1 of some drafts and at the very beginning of round 2 of others, there's a very fair argument to be made that maybe he should have never been taken at that price. And it's extremely difficult to put those rookie expectations on someone. But at the same time, if you are looking at, I don't know, rookies improving as the season goes on, Harrison being a 10x better prospect than Rice, there being almost no target competition outside of Trey McBride in Arizona. I think buying low on the rookie receiver with a disappointing week 1 and trading 2 guys that you got in the middle to late rounds of your 10-team league to go get that player that goes in round 2, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. I think we are going to go ahead and take Harrison here, my friend. But let's pivot back over and let's answer some more of these free questions over there in the live stream. Dylan asking if super chats are off. Yes, we aren't going to do super chats anymore. It's if you want a question 100% guaranteed to be answered, you can ask it through flockfantasy.com. Not only will I answer it in the live stream, but that answer actually gets submitted straight to you through the site as well. So even if you ask a question, have to leave, you still see your answer. And we're going to be doing free live chat questions too. But we are not going to be doing any super chats anymore. Super chats just last year got obnoxious where people would have to wait 30, 40 minutes to get a super chat read. It's just a little bit of text that's on the screen versus on flockfantasy.com. I can see everything. I can see all the information and all the details of your league as well. So it's just so much of a better system, especially because it just sends the answer to the person directly as well. But Joseph says, non-PPR, who are you playing, Andrews or Likely? I'm definitely going to go ahead. I'm definitely going to take Mark Andrews over Isaiah Likely, both rest of season as well as this week. Now, of course, I moved up Isaiah Likely dramatically in my rankings. I believe right now these guys are ranked at tight end 7 and tight end 10. Likely did move to tight end 12, but then obviously the David Njoku and Jake Ferguson injuries, that's where you probably you ended up having to see that jump. Okay. Pundit says, do I pick up Likely or Mason? I have Ferguson. If you have Ferguson, I probably go Likely. If McCaffrey hit the IR or you were guaranteed to have McCaffrey out for a certain amount of time, then at that point, I think it could be a very easy spot to just say, yeah, let's take Jordan Mason. He can be a low-end RB1 in fantasy for a month. But there is that outside chance that McCaffrey's just back next week. And if you add Jake Ferguson as your tight end and you're desperate, I think Isaiah Likely is going to be an every week play now. Jean says, are you still going to do the free team review with an Underdog Posit? Anyone know how that's going to work? Yes, sir. We're still doing that. So as long as you have that account set up on flockfantasy.com with the email address that you used on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a free team review voucher. And all you're going to do is go through the same exact system that you would go to pay for a team review. However, when you get to the creators page, you will see that I am there and it says $0. You click me, it takes you to Stripe. It says $0. You hit submit and you get charged $0. Right now, we don't have the system set up where I can grant those free vouchers to a long list of email addresses. Right now, the creators are pushing the new site update to get the new site to live to all of y'all tonight. And then tomorrow, that's the first thing that we're going to be working on. They told me it's not going to take much time at all. They told me that there's a good shot that we can get it done tomorrow for everybody. So you should be credited with your free team review tomorrow, hopefully. If it's instead Thursday. Please don't be pissed at me. I promise you I'm trying my best. Okay. Browner says thoughts on Godwin this week. Going up against Detroit, massive spread on this game. Does look like the Lions are heavily favored here. Now, that does put you in a spot where you're probably going to have a ton of Baker Mayfield pass attempts. Baker Mayfield pass attempts looked extremely valuable last week. Is that a guarantee to be the case every single week going into the future? Probably not. But I don't know. I think Godwin is a fine play. I think I have Godwin ranked as a low-end wide receiver 2 this week. Now, let's see. Stonk says, what running back should I aim to get for Jahmyr Gibbs? I'm sorry, for Stephon Diggs. If you needed a running back and you start like only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex in your league, if you could pivot off of Stephon Diggs, possibly go get Kenneth Walker, possibly go get Josh Jacobs with the Jordan Love injury, I think that would be interesting. Okay. Meme says, who would you start between Swift or Pollard this week? So maybe I'm a little bit biased here. I did start DeAndre Swift this past week, completely burned me. You do have a tough matchup for Pollard, or a tough matchup on paper going up against the Jets, but look at what Jordan Mason just did to the Jets. But in reality, it's probably going to be a game where the Titans are trailing. I think that games in which the Titans are trailing, we're probably going to see a little more Tajay Spears, a little less Tony Pollard in comparison to what we saw this past week, where the Titans jumped up to that 17-0 lead. So it's an interesting situation, but I probably just go ahead and I probably just take Tony Pollard based off what we had last week. And it is a very tough for me to get over what DeAndre Swift did to me. But let me go back over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any more questions to answer real quick. Then we'll get back to the free questions in the live chat. So our next question coming out from, we already answered this for Slush Monkey. That's going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. So next question coming out from RMMS. Saying, I have Lamar, Bijan, HN, London, Diggs, and Njoku starting week 1. On my bench, we have Addison, Najee, Xavier, Worthy. Would you do it, or might Diggs be the same old wide receiver 3? So if I'm looking at this, obviously going from Njoku to Laporta was already a massive upgrade before the Njoku injury. But now that you are having the Njoku injury, Njoku is almost a 0 in the short term. Laporta is tight end 1. Rome Odunze goes down, which makes Keenan Allen look a little more appealing. We're downgrading from Diggs to Keenan. If you could sell Diggs and Njoku for Laporta and Keenan, that would be an absolute no-brainer for me whatsoever. I would love to go ahead and make that move. Having to include Najee Harris into this deal does make this a little bit tougher. I think I will say if it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, there having the elite tight end will make a significant difference. And I still do view Sam Laporta as an elite level tight end here. And there I probably go Laporta. But if it's a league where you can start, say, 4 or more receivers, there I prefer the depth of Stephon Diggs, Najee Harris. So we're going to go Sam Laporta and Keenan Allen. Okay. Now let's move this over. Our next trade question going to be Jamar Chase versus Isaiah Pacheco and Devonta Smith. Let me answer this real quick. Alejandro says your forgot password doesn't work on the website. If it doesn't, my friend, this is something that's new, because almost every time I log into flockfantasy.com, or almost any time I ever log into any website, I always have to hit forgot password. So let me go ahead and let me log out of flockfantasy.com on another window, log back in, and see forgot password. We will send the new password there. Let's see if this email comes through. So I need to see if we need to tell the developers this, but I think this is most likely just a user error here, my friend. Let's log into my email. I get an email from Mason Dodd saying your verification code is 76 blah, blah, blah. So no, your forgot password does work on flockfantasy.com, my friend. Maybe you're just using it wrong. Okay. Alejandro says it sent me a code instead of a link. Yes, because when you hit forgot password, the page pops up, says enter in your code. So it's supposed to send you a code. But anyway, looking at this, Pacheco and Smith versus Jamar Chase. It's a 10-team double flex, full PPR. Afterwards, we would have, do you have your team linked? So can I just see it here? Yes, we have our team is linked. So afterwards, we'd have Dak, Achane, Dell, Laporta, Tyreek, Worthy, Brooks, Fields, Connor, Edwards, Judy, Samuel, Thielen, Kendrick Bourne. Cut Kendrick Bourne. I know he's maybe on your IR. So running back, we are starting Achane, James Conner in the short term. We have Brooks in the long term as well. We have the elite tight end with Sam Laporta. Wide receiver, we would pair up Tyreek, Jamar Chase, Tank Dell. Yeah, honestly, so if it's this 10-team league where it's a little more shallow, I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but I think I am going to go ahead. I think I will take Jamar Chase here, my friend. I mean, it's such a tough spot with how bad the Bengals offense looked. Obviously, Pacheco being the starting running back in KC. My thought process is it's a 10-team league. The depth doesn't matter. The open roster spot will pick up somebody that we like off waivers. And I think Chase is still an extremely exciting option. I will throw this to the live chat to get their opinion real quick, because I already have a feeling that everybody's taking the Pacheco and Smith option. I'm side. So you probably want to listen to the wisdom of the masses rather than me. Eric says, does the no sweat token on Underdog work if I put in a pick'em for Thursday night? Yes, it does. I put in my pick'em for Thursday night. I applied the no sweat. Just make sure you hit apply on the no sweat thing, and then it works. Which I already did that at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, please spam the chat. Would you rather have Pacheco and Smith, or would you rather have Chase? And here's something that is a game changer for me, ladies and gentlemen. I got little salt pills, so when I go through and do 5-hour live streams and I drink 3-4 big things of water, I can take a salt pill and I'm not having to pee all night. So Sam, if you're signing up to flockfantasy.com, use code FLOCK and you get 30% off any sub, and code FLOCK will also get yours truly to break down your team for you for free on a live stream if you have that annual subscription. So Pacheco, Smith. It does look like most people are saying Pacheco here, my friend. Which, like I said, I'm going to mark it as both sides being a winner. If it's a 12-team league, give me Pacheco Smith easily. 10-team format, I think it could be very easy to take Chase. Okay. And yes, you get the free team review on flockfantasy.com, even if you have a free account on flockfantasy.com, as long as you use code FLOCK on Underdog. We need to make we need to update it where I can upload all the CSVs. And crap, we accidentally stopped the stream mode on Flock. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this. Maybe this means that the developers, yes, it looks like I maybe got logged out of flockfantasy.com right now. So maybe this means the site switching to the live version. Let me see. Okay, not yet. But let's answer the free questions in the live chat real quick. But Mine Jesus says, should we drop Parkinson for Isaiah Likely? Hell yes, I'd way rather have Likely. Faded says, would I rather have Puka or Marvin Harrison Jr.? We're going to go with Harrison Jr. relatively easily as well. Tammy says, Mason, should I start Brock Bowers or Mark Andrews this week? We are going to go ahead. We will take Brock. I know, we're going to go Andrews. Such a tough spot. I mean, you only have a 16-point implied team total there for the Raiders. I really don't have much interest, to be honest with you, to go through and start any Raider. Like, I'm for sure not starting any running back. I think you start Bowers just because the role that he had and the tight end position's absolutely disgusting. But not if you have specifically... Not if you have Mark Andrews. Mac Bain says J.K. Dobbins or Jerome Ford. So obviously you have a very good matchup for J.K. Dobbins this week going up against just an absolutely garbage Panthers team. So I'm really rooting for Dobbins. I think it's going to be a great week, but Jerome Ford has the receiving role. He has nobody else to compete with. And Dobbins did still split with Gus Edwards. But let's move this over. We actually do have a couple more questions over on flockfantasy.com, and then we'll get back to the free ones. The next question that we have is a team review. This is a 10-team start 9 Dynasty league. It is a 2-quarterback format as well. So here, if you are looking at this being a 2QB league, since it's a 10-teamer, depth quarterbacks don't really matter much at all. Everybody's still going to be able to roster 3 to 4 quarterbacks on average. It's going to be very easy to find depth at the quarterback position. Now, the difficult part of quarterback is going to be finding those elite level options, especially in a league where you only start 9 guys and it is super flex. Quarterback's going to make up a very, very high percentage of your starting lineup output from week to week perspective. And I'm super sorry we're having to do this halfway through your review, but we are live streaming right now, so I definitely want to address this because I was thinking it this night. Chase says, Mason, remember in 2020 when half the chat was political? I literally almost did not stream because the debate was tonight, and I was thinking I don't have to deal with telling people not to talk about politics in the live stream. So, because in 2020, it was hell. I had to tell people every 30 seconds, hey, we're here to talk fantasy football, not politics. But shout out to everybody in the chat right now for keeping politics out of fantasy football because it doesn't have a spot in fantasy football. So shout out to y'all. Really do appreciate y'all doing that. Because in 2020, yeah, people were not willing to do so. But anyway, let's get back to this team. Like we discussed, elite quarterbacks are at a premium. Depth quarterbacks will be easy to come by. And yes, W chat. Thank you guys. Okay. Now let's move this down. According to the league analyzer, we currently are 6th. And quarterbacks is a disaster, to be honest. We're sitting with Goff, Geno, and Justin Fields. Obviously, it's much better that Fields is starting here. So we do have a relevant QB3 if we need one. I would actually start Fields over Geno Smith in the Superflex spot. I mean, definitely this week and honestly any week going into the future. Just because the rushing upside. If he's going to be able to get you 60 rushing yards every single week or average 60 rushing yards a week, it's just going to be so difficult for Geno Smith to compete with that. But am I excited to have Jared Goff as my QB1 in a 10-team league? Probably not. Am I excited to have Justin Fields as my QB2 in a 10-team league? Probably not. Now, going over to running back, this is a very strong running back room. This is the strength of the team, I'd argue. Maybe tight end. But running back, we have Breece Hall. We have an anchor RB, one of the very few running backs that not only can we be very excited about in the short term, but also we can project out to have a very large role and be an impact player in the long term as well. Going over to the depth of the position, we have Etienne, we have Ramondre Stevenson, we have Zach Moss, we have Ezekiel Elliott. So we have a quality running back 2, running back 3. I mean, Zach Moss, RB4 is phenomenal. Now, I will reiterate that if you decided to pivot over to a rebuild, there we would definitely be looking to sell guys like Etienne, Ramondre, Zach Moss, just because looking at their dynasty value 12 months out from now, more likely than not, or even let's just say 6 months from now, when we're in January, these guys are going to be worth less in dynasty than they are right now. Just given the nature of the position, but it looks like this is a team that should plan on contending at the moment. So I think honestly, we're probably just chilling and not looking to sell any of these RBs. Now going over to wide receiver, we don't have a ton of depth. We have St. Brown, DJ Moore, Xavier Worthy, Mike Evans, and Jamison Williams. So we have the double stack with Jared Goff, which I really do like to see. Love St. Brown, cornerstone asset, build around him in the short term. Have the long-term value there as well. Having DJ Moore, I think DJ Moore gets a bump with the Rome Odunze injury. Xavier Worthy looks like he's breaking out. Mike Evans, obviously a contending asset, but With that being said, Evans looked phenomenal week 1. Jameson looks like he is breaking out. We have Sam Laporta at tight end. We have the cornerstone asset we can start every single week regardless of matchup, both in the short and long term. Fits a rebuilding team, fits a contending team. We have our future picks as well. So, yeah, I really do like the squad with what we're sitting at every position other than quarterback. Now, if this is correct, where it's a league where it's a start 9 format, so that means we have a quarterback, we have a super flex, we have 2 running backs, we have 2 wide receivers, we have a tight end, and 2 flex spots. So we can start up to 4 wide receivers at the very most from a week-to-week perspective. And then also, obviously, we only have to start 2 or 3. We can throw a running back in one of those flex spots. I wouldn't mind if we get a spike from Justin Fields where you have a big rushing game and you're able to then potentially sell, say, Jameson Williams and Justin Fields and pivot over and get to a quarterback that we're a lot more excited about, both for the long term and our ability to help us contend this season. I think that's the move that we're looking for, is making that 2-for-1 deal where we could potentially sell one of these depth receivers with that QB2 or even with Jared Goff and see if we can get an elite quarterback specifically with these league settings. I think that'd be very advantageous. Now, this is a team that doesn't have a ton of depth, so honestly, I probably don't want to make that move right now. I probably just want to get confirmation that we are a contending team, confirmation that we're not going to have to be dealing with injuries in 3 to 4 weeks. And it looks like if you still have quality depth on that bench, then at that point, I think we make that 2-for-1 deal, tier up at quarterback. But honestly, this is a team that's strong enough. If you really wanted to push in to contend, I would definitely wait a couple weeks, make sure that we start off 3-1, 4-2, and that we are a contending team. But if that does happen and you really want to sell your 2025 first and package it with a quarterback, whether that's Geno, Fields, or Goff, and go get that top end QB here, I think that would be very, very exciting. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you here, my friend. And let's go ahead and let's dive into this next question. It says, do I trade Brian Robinson for McBride? Taysom's my current starter in a 14-team league. This is an absolute no-brainer. Trey McBride is easily the call here. I think McBride is possibly the number 1 buy low candidate this week. If you look at the underlying usage, it was phenomenal. McBride's my tight end 2 rest of season. We're going to go ahead. We will take Trey McBride. But let's pivot back over and let's go and answer some more of the free questions in the general chat right now. Okay. I'm not going to answer. If you were asking a fab question, you need to tell me who you're dropping. Obviously, feel free to ask me a fab question on flockfantasy.com because I can look at your entire team. I can tell exactly who you're dropping. But if it's in the chat, do not ask me a fab question without giving me the context of your league settings and who you're dropping, or I can't give you an answer. Philip says, sell Chris Olave. Realistically, what would you expect to get? And this is just like a legitimate conversation that I want to have with you. Because, to be honest with you, I am very much worried about Olave. I don't know if the Saints offense is really ever going to score as many points as what they did just this past week. However, at the same time, Chris Olave does absolutely nothing. You go ahead and you look at the spread that's on this game against Dallas right now. Sportsbooks are telling us, yeah, don't think that the Saints are good. The Saints are going to come back to earth dramatically. It was just the Carolina Panthers are absolutely garbage, and it wasn't a football game. So I am very much worried about Chris Olave, but it's not like your league mates didn't watch what just happened. Your league mates saw exactly what happened here. So I don't know, my friend. I don't know. Okay. Let's move this over. Braden says, sell Derrick Henry or James Conner. So y'all know I was big anti-Derrick Henry this year, saying he's not going to catch passes. He's declined for 3 straight seasons. Yes, he's getting an improvement with this overall situation, but at the same time, you're having to pay the price for that improvement. It's not like you're getting a massive discount on the player that's about to turn 31, that's been on the decline. But realistically, selling Derrick Henry after the Kansas City game would be the worst thing that you could do. Because if you're selling Derrick Henry after the Kansas City game, you're selling at the bottom where the Ravens trailed the entire time. And of course, that's going to be a Justice Hill game instead of a Derrick Henry game. Going into the future, in games that the Ravens are winning, Derrick Henry will be better. Like this next week against the Raiders, where there's a 9-point spread, where Vegas is telling us that the Ravens are just going to absolutely stomp on the Raiders. I think that's where you go ahead, and after this week, that's where you would sell Derrick Henry. And to be honest, I have James Conner in the Flock League, and I probably will eventually look to sell James Conner. I just need the running back production right now, but I am worried about Trey Benson coming on in the second half of the season. But I just don't know if I can sell Conner right now either, which is how good he projects. Like, looking at my running back rankings this week going up against the Rams, I put James Conner at running back 12, and honestly, it was probably a little too low. Okay. Manjo says Olave or Higgins. I would rather have Olave over Higgins. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have, Olave or T. Higgins? Chris Olave or T. Higgins, please spam the chat and let me know. And also, if you have not hit that like button yet, I don't know what you're waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. One, we are 2 likes away from hitting 800 likes on the stream. 2, like 13,000 people have seen this. So about 1 out of every, 17? No, more than that. 1 out of every 13 of y'all have hit that like button. So go down there, drop that like. But we got Olave, Higgins, Olave, Higgins. Higgins, Olave, Higgins, Olave. Yeah, it looks like most people are on Olave over T. Higgins, as I think they should be, to be honest. Brandon says, can you talk about Jonathan Taylor? So if you're looking at JT, very interesting situation, right? You have 9 completed passes for Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. A-Rich looks like the exact opposite of a quarterback that you would want your running back running alongside. Typically, I would want my running back running alongside a quarterback that's not going to be taking rushing touchdowns, a quarterback that's hopefully going to be dumping the ball off a lot, where that just simply is not the case here, where Anthony Richardson can run it himself. He's not going to check the ball down to Jonathan Taylor. And at the same time, Anthony Richardson is, I don't know, a quarterback that will take rushing touchdowns at the goal line. So it's a tough situation, at least from what we saw week 1. If we can get the average depth of pass attempt down for A-Rich, where he's not just looking to hit home run balls every single time, and he is willing to check the ball down a little bit more, I think it can be a much better situation for Jonathan Taylor. I do think he's an elite level back. For talent-wise, I think it is a great offense in Indianapolis. So I'm definitely not trying to talk down on Jonathan Taylor by any means, but I'm not encouraged based off what I saw week 1. And I had Jonathan Taylor ranked ahead of Saquon Barkley. Of course, they were in the same tier, but I had JT ranked 1 spot higher because I thought that in Philly, you were kind of going to be in a similar situation with Jalen Hurts stealing some of those rushing touchdowns and not checking the ball down very often. But it looks like, obviously, in the case of Philly, Jalen Hurts is going to be a little bit more of a normal quarterback than Anthony Richardson is. Anthony Richardson just looks like a quarterback that we've never seen before. Okay. CLC says, still not sure how to get the devs to confirm my account on flockfantasy.com. If you're having any issue, my friend, just send it in. If you have any issues with flockfantasy.com, ladies and gentlemen, by far and away, the easiest way to get it resolved is if you're in the Discord, there's a little section that says site issues. So you can click the Discord button on flockfantasy.com. It will take you straight to the Discord, send it in site issues, or you can click the Discord button in the description of this live stream, and you can go there as well. Okay. Lucas says, do I trade Pitts for Andrews? I had Andrews ranked ahead of Kyle Pitts coming into the year, but after week 1, there's no way in hell that I would rather have Andrews over Pitts. Give me Pitts. Aaron says Derrick Henry or Jacobs. Now, this is interesting. Y'all know I spent all offseason with the hot take. People actually started coming around with it closer to the start of the season. But we had the hot take, Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry. And now it looked like it was right week 1, but you're dealing with the Jordan Love injury. So if we're dealing with the Jordan Love injury and you wanted to pivot over to Derrick Henry, who's just going to be in a much better offense for the time being, I'm not going to fault you at all for going Derrick Henry. If it's a non-PPR format, it's easily Derrick Henry. If it's a half PPR league, I probably go Derrick Henry. If it's a full PPR format, which is always where my issue is with Henry, when he's not going to catch the ball, we saw that especially with the Justice Hill usage in week 1 that confirmed it. There it's tougher. Micah, long-time member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. Happy to have you. But let me answer some more of the questions on flockfantasy.com, and then we will go over and we will get to more of the free questions in the live chat. Like I said, if you want to get your question guaranteed to be answered, you can do that over there on flockfantasy.com. And at the same time, you can purchase a trade question, start sit question, full-blown team review on one of these live streams. But like I said, getting a team review honestly will be cheaper if y'all just go and take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. If y'all go and sign up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review on one of these live streams. You just have to make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. It can be a free account on flockfantasy.com. You do have to deposit $10 after you make your Underdog account on Underdog, however. But hell, I won $200 on Underdog last week, not because I'm any good at these pick'ems, but instead because I took advantage of the promos, which I'd highly recommend you take advantage of the promos as well. Right now, they have a no sweat pick'em token where even if you lose your pick'em, you still get your money back. Wednesday, they are dropping a CeeDee Lamb free pick, more than less than half total yard. Thursday, you get a 30% profit boost. Friday, a random special pick'em. Saturday, you actually have college football discounts. And Sunday, you have NFL discounts as well, on top of getting your team reviewed from me in this live stream. Let's go ahead and let's pull up our next question here. And Danny, another winner of the Flock League, 1-0. It feels good, baby. It feels good. Let's go. 1-0. Feels great. But let's move this over. And somebody's asking Aaron Jones versus George Pickens and Jerome Ford. So Aaron Jones looked very good week 1. Obviously, if you started him, you're very happy. The offense looked functional. But to be honest with you, it was a game against the Giants. Are we really thinking that the Vikings are going to be a great offense every week going into the... No. I think this offense comes back down to earth very, very quickly. I would rather start... I don't know. I'm going to go George Pickens and Jerome Ford. If you look at the market share numbers for Pickens in week 1, they were off the charts. Obviously, the passing volume is kind of garbage. I think Jerome Ford versus Aaron Jones, very, very similar until Nick Chubb comes back. And if you look at the usage with Ty Chandler played a ton of snaps in Minnesota as well. I think this is a sell high spot for Aaron Jones. Yeah, let's move over. Nick says, I signed up and deposited, but Flock is still asking me to pay. Anybody know why? So my friend, right now, the developers are working on getting the new flockfantasy.com website live for everybody tonight. Then after that, they're going to set up something where I can upload all the email addresses that signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK. I can upload those email addresses to flockfantasy.com, and it will then grant all those teams with a free voucher. I'm very sorry that's not set up right now. I'm hoping that that's set up tomorrow for everybody. That's when the developer said. So plan on tomorrow. Of course, I will let you know in the live stream when you're ready to submit a free team review. Now, this next question, super easy for me. Taco says, it's Taco. Hell yes, my friend. I'm currently pushing for this trade with the uncertainty around the CMC injury. But am I crazy to hesitant to trade Chris Godwin? I think Godwin being back in the slot, as you're mentioning, is very exciting. But at the same time, to just take a step backwards and to think about this, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a player that was selected in either round 1 or round 2 of your fantasy draft. If he was selected in round 1, it was definitely a bad pick. Round 2, maybe it was. We don't know yet. He was a rookie wide receiver where it's extremely difficult to have high expectations for rookie wide receivers week 1. Obviously, he was very much underwhelming. Chris Godwin probably went in round like 7 of your draft. Jordan Mason, you picked up off waivers. You're trading a waiver wire pickup where the starting running back may be back this week. We don't know. And your 7th round pick to go and get somebody who went in round 1 or round 2 that's not injured, that was just a rookie disappointing player week 1. I think it is Marvin Harrison Jr. here relatively easily. I think it's a phenomenal move, my friend. But happy to see it. Yeah, and I hope that the experience on flogfantasy.com was much better than the Super Chat. I honestly think that a long term is going to be so much better for everybody, especially once y'all get your teams linked with the site. Okay, but this is Dylan yet again. Says, I have Breece Allen, Puka, Collins, Higgins, Reed, Coleman. Is this a fair trade for both sides? So looking at this, going from Jacobs to Waddle, I would rather have Waddle. Going from Neighbors to Kamara, I'd probably rather have Neighbors. So Neighbors to Waddle, upgrade. Jacobs to Kamara, downgrade. I think it is a very fair trade. I'm actually going to mark it as a winner on both sides here, my friend. And I think it kind of can be up to you in which direction you want to go with. But our next one coming out from Cosmic asking if this is worth the risk. We're going from Evan Ingram to Trey McBride, which is a massive, massive upgrade. We're going from Stephon Diggs to Brandon Ayuk, which I personally believe is an upgrade as well. We're paying Tony Pollard to get both of those upgrades, a running back that I think is honestly a sell high candidate here. So yeah, honestly, I think this is 100% worth the risk. I would way rather have the Brandon Ayuk and Trey McBride side here, my friend. But let's pivot back over to the live chat. Let's get some more free questions in, and then we'll get back to the paid questions on the site. But let's see. Lucas with a good question here. I like this one. Marvin Harrison Jr. or Chris Olave rest of season. So pulling up my rankings on flogfantasy.com, I'm not going to let you know who I have right now. I have one player ranked 5 slots ahead of the other. Can y'all spam the chat? What would you rather have? Would you rather have Marvin Harrison Jr. or Chris Olave rest of season? Please spam the chat. I think we have like 1,000 people out here. It'd be awesome if we could get 1,000 messages in the live chat real quick, seeing what y'all would rather have. Okay. Harrison, Olave, Harrison. It does look like most people are saying Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, my rest of season rankings on the site are Marvin Harrison Jr. at 11, Chris Olave at 16, in my wide receiver ranks, that is. And I know 11 seems very high, and maybe it is very high, but like I said, I'm not panicking on the rookie week 1. I had him lower in my week 1 rankings specifically for a reason. You're not expecting these rookie wide receivers to come out and perform strongly, but it is what it is. RCB says, trade Jordan Mason for Trey McBride. I have David Njoku. 100%. 1,000%. I'd way rather have Trey McBride over Jordan Mason. Maybe my understanding of the Jordan Mason situation is incorrect here. My understanding of the Jordan Mason situation, or I don't want to say Jordan Mason situation, it's all about the Christian McCaffrey situation. So let me go ahead and let me pull up the most recent reports that we have so we can read this through. But my understanding of the Christian McCaffrey situation is the reports came out that said he would have played yesterday if it was a playoff game. He could have played. Report came out. He has Achilles arthritis. Arthritis in his Achilles. I don't freaking know. I'm not a doctor. I'm an idiot with a microphone on the internet. When Shefty said on Monday night that CMC was unlikely to play in week 2 as well, Kyle Shanahan came out immediately after in the press conference, went, I have no idea how the hell anybody could say that. I have no idea how anybody could have a crystal ball and know that. I have no idea if he's going to be playing or not. Yeah, tendonitis. Sorry, not arthritis. Might be. But let me read some of these things that we have with McCaffrey. Okay. This is Jesse Morris, fantasy doctor. Christian McCaffrey. And I will let y'all know too. Typically, I'm not saying this with all fantasy football doctors, but if you just look at the incentive structure that they have, if I was a fantasy doctor And I'm not saying they consciously do this, but they maybe subconsciously do it. And I'm not saying any individual one does it whatsoever. I'm just saying maybe if I was a fantasy doctor, if you were trying to get as many views as possible and get as much traction as possible, you make every injury to be out to be a big deal. You come out and what's going to get more views? Oh yeah, guys, we don't know with CMC. He could be back this week. Or going, oh my gosh, guys, Christian McCaffrey may not be back for the next 10 weeks. Here's exactly why. Definitely the second one's going to get the next 2 views. Title, Panic on Christian McCaffrey. Explain a little bit what the Achilles is. Explain a little bit what tendonitis is. Say he's going to be out 10 weeks. You going viral. Now, I'm not saying that everybody does it. I'm just saying that's kind of the incentive that you have with doctors covering fantasy football. But Dr. Jester Morris here says, CMC, this is likely acute tendonitis, inflammation of the tendon on top of chronic tendinopathy, wear and tear of the tendon. He's likely dealing with the acute phase now, and it will calm down, but this plus a calf issue is likely going to wax and wane as the season progresses. Hopefully there's no tears of the Achilles tendon, and it's just the tendonitis. Translation, CMC should be back sooner than later, but this isn't the last time we hear of this. Interesting. And somebody asked him, would you trade Javonte Williams for Jordan Mason for the handcuff to CMC? He says, not sure. So if a doctor knows way more about this than I do, says he's not sure if he would rather have Jordan Mason or Javonte Williams, what I can say is there's no way in hell you should be trading Trey McBride for Jordan Mason. Okay, let's see if we can find anything else with this. I can't see anything else. Shanahan, like I said, let me read the exact quote from Kyle Shanahan, this Twitter account. This is another fantasy doctor, Jeff Mueller. It was always bothering him to some degree. Sometimes it goes away, sometimes it comes back. And today it was bothering him a little bit too much when we didn't feel good about it. Okay. Actually, never mind. That was him just quoting Kyle Shanahan. I saw something from the Coach Speak Index where he had another Shanahan quote. Let's read the Coach Speak Index real quick and see what the Shanahan quote was exactly. So Kyle Shanahan on the report that McCaffrey probably won't play in week 2. That person must be a god. We found out that he wasn't playing today and I have no idea how he's going to feel tomorrow or the next day. I thought he was playing this whole week until today. Now, obviously, Jordan Mason came out and he said he knew he was starting on Friday. So I don't know if Kyle Shanahan's lying to us. Maybe he is. But all I know is if you can pivot from Jordan Mason to a cornerstone piece in fantasy football like Trey McBride, with the possibility that CMC comes back this next week, it's an absolute no-brainer. You 100% do it. Okay. Kiss the Ring says, is Carson Steele a good handcuff in case Pacheco goes down? Okay. Carson Steele is the handcuff in case Pacheco goes down. Let me get a salt pill real quick so I don't have to get up and go pee 1,000 times tonight when I try to sleep. But anyway. If Pacheco were to go down, Carson Steele most likely sees the majority of the backfield. Is Carson Steele viable in fantasy at that point? I don't know. One, I don't think Carson Steele is a great running back talent. And two, since they bring in Samaje Perine, what would more likely than not happen is it more likely than not would be a running back by committee. Perine would most likely have everything as a receiver, and Steele would have the vast majority of rushing carries. So I think that he's definitely the handcuff to Pacheco. I don't view Carson Steele as a premium handcuff, however. As y'all know, when we had Jordan Mason on the waiver wire video last week, the reason I had Jordan Mason there was not because I knew CMC was going to miss time, But because once Elijah Mitchell went onto the IR, we identified Jordan Mason and went, well, you know what? Now, if CMC were to miss time, this is a running back that doesn't have to share the backfield. This is a running back that does get the backfield to himself with no Elijah Mitchell. I don't know if that would be the case with Carson Steele. So I don't view him as a premium handcuff back. Okay. Chris says, what's your day job? My day job is looking handsome, working out, and my hobby is fantasy football, my friend. Okay. Now let's move this over. Christian says, trade Waddle and Neighbors for Jamar Chase. If it's like an 8-team league, maybe, but honestly, that's a decent amount to give up for him. Okay. David says, panic on Etienne and Kelsey. Definitely worried about Etienne. Like, Tank Bigsby had a relatively large role there, right? And it's not like Etienne is a running back that's been extremely, extremely efficient. So I don't know if you are getting volume all of a sudden going to Tank Bigsby. I think you need to be worried. And yeah, I think you probably need to be a little bit concerned with Travis Kelce. What, Kelsey's going to be, I think he's 34 now, maybe going to be 35 this season. Travis Kelce age. Yeah, 34 now, 35 October 5th. So for the 35-year-old tight end, that was worse last year than the year before. That starts off extremely slowly week one, where Mahomes arguably has more wide receiver talent this year than he has seen since Tyreek Hill's left. I think you should be concerned. Michael says, yo, Mason, how do you feel about picking up Ricky Pearsall on the Niners? So I am telling you this and just being completely honest with you. There is nobody I'm rooting for more in fantasy football this year than Ricky Pearsall. One phenomenal story, right? The guy gets shot. A bullet goes literally through his torso, in his chest, out his back, and the man's at practice training 2 to 3 days later. That happens to me. I am in that hospital for the next 3 years of my life. So one, phenomenal story. Two, I invested so much money in Ricky Pearsall in Underdog best ball drafts. Obviously, there was the outside chance that Brandon Ayuk was going to get dealt. That didn't happen. And with Ricky Pearsall, he was going around wide receiver 70. And at that price point, I thought a round one NFL draft pick in the league's best offense was a phenomenal piece. So I really hope Sticky Ricky crushes it. And if you could put him on your IR, 100% pick him up and stash him. Now, if you would have to pick up Sticky Ricky and you couldn't put him on your IR, instead he would just be clogging a roster spot on your bench, are you interested? Should you be interested? No. It's just going to make things very tough for you to make waiver wire moves. Now, real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,000 likes on this stream. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream. Help us hit 1,000. Be our 1,000th like of the live stream. Hudson says, is Debo a top 5 receiver if CMC misses week 2? Y'all want to take a guess of where Debo Samuel's ranked in my rankings this week? Obviously, I ranked Debo Samuel not knowing if Christian McCaffrey is going to play or not. So I think there's a little bit of room for him to rise if CMC does play. Maybe a little bit of room for him to fall if CMC does not play. Take a guess of where we ranked Debo Samuel. We got 12, 4, 7, 13, 15. Tom, welcome to the flock. Joey says 9. I currently have Debo Samuel at wide receiver 7 this week. So yeah, much higher than where people are guessing. I have Debo Samuel wide receiver 7. And if you were to have no McCaffrey, I moved Debo Samuel over Jefferson. I moved Debo Samuel. Maybe I can't move him over St. Brown, AJ Brown. Those offenses just project to score way too many points. If you have no McCaffrey, Debo Samuel will be wide receiver 6 for me. I mean, Debo Samuel had a ton of usage as a rusher. And just obviously, if you look at his average depth of target, he's a wide receiver that's kind of utilized just around the line of scrimmage. So if you have no CMC, it's absolutely great for Debo Samuel. But let me go back over and we'll answer some more of the paid questions over there on flockfantasy.com. And we'll get to more free questions in the live chat. And I do want to remind you, of course, if you wanted to guarantee that you get a question answered, you can always purchase it over on flockfantasy.com. If you use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting if you use promo code FLOCK and you have an annual subscription, you'll actually get a free team review through the site right away. But also you can purchase a start sit question, a trade question. You can purchase a team review. Or if you wanted to get a team review, the cheapest way to probably do so would honestly just be to go over to Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. And Underdog has a ridiculous amount of promos that they are offering right now. I mean, you have the No Sweat Pick'em tonight, where even if you lose, you get your money back. The CeeDee Lamb free pick, more than less than half a total yard Wednesday. 30% profit boost on Thursday. Random promo on Friday. Saturday, you have college football discounts. And Sunday, you have NFL discounts. So make sure you take advantage. And yeah, use code FLOCK that we get the team review. You just need to make sure that you have an account on flockfantasy.com set up with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way, when we credit with the free team reviews later, we are good to go and we can find yours. But our next question is a trade question between Jalen Waddle and Josh Jacobs. This is a 10-team start 8 league. It says I have Breece, Allen, Puka, Neighbors, Higgins, Reed, Coleman. Nobody wants these bench receivers, unfortunately, and no real good RBs. So my thought process here is I understand wanting to go ahead and trade for a running back, but if you're telling me you have Puka Nacua just gets hurt, you have Malik Neighbors, rookie wide receiver that's very difficult to trust right now. Keon Coleman, rookie wide receiver, very difficult to trust right now. T. Higgins, currently hurt as well. I don't know if we can afford to trade away a wide receiver. To be honest with you, in your situation where our wide receiver room has a lot of long-term upside, but in terms of what we are going to be getting right now, it's not super exciting. I think I would rather have Jalen Waddle for the moment. Also, the Jordan Love injury is going to negatively impact Josh Jacobs, of course. So if you didn't have a wide receiver room that was kind of decimated with injuries, and if Jordan Love was fully healthy, then at that point we go Jacobs. But under the situation that you're currently in, I think we want to go ahead and Dylan says, no, I have Jacobs and get Waddle. Okay, yeah, if you have Jacobs and you're getting Waddle, yeah, I think we go ahead and we go Waddle with how decimated our wide receiver situation is, my friend. Now, this next trade question is just a 1-for-1 straight-up move. Jamar Chase versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I have Jamar Chase in the Flock League. Obviously, both these guys were disappointing in week 1. Going into the future, though, I still think that both offenses are going to be very good. Higgins will come back and will be healthy. I think Higgins will be more competition for Chase than Jameson will be for Amon-Ra St. Brown, even if obviously that looks like a dumb thing to say after week 1. In my rankings, I still have Amon-Ra St. Brown over Jamar Chase. I honestly am not panicking at all with St. Brown. Now, John, this is a full-blown team review. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check out your league. This is Aubrey Killer Squeaky Balls. So this is a 10-team start 8 full PPR. Saying, just want to get your thoughts on the team as a whole for now. Remember that I had a trade earlier where I sent Daniels, Reed, and Calvin Ridley in return for Brock Purdy and Deebo Samuel. The team I traded with was Jameer. I go again if you want to check out the trade as well. So, like I already said, I love the trade. I think that honestly, you winning that deal so much is maybe a reason why we are number 1 with the league analyzer currently, and that other team is down here at number 9. Like going ahead and looking at their team, I mean, this is a spot where they're pretty much behind at quarterback. Wide receiver, it's very tough. But let's pull up our squad. So our squad, we are extremely strong at quarterback. We have Hurts, we have Daniels. So yeah, if you can send Daniels and you can send these pieces, I think it's an absolute no-brainer because we don't even need Brock Purdy since we have Jalen Hurts here. I mean, Hurts you can start every single week regardless of matchup. You don't even need a backup quarterback. Going over to running back, I mean, we are golden. I have no idea how the hell you got Breece Hall, Jahmyr Gibbs on the same squad. But we have the 2 anchor running backs. We have Zach Moss, who looks like he's the starter in Cincinnati. You have Trey Benson for the late season upside. You have Rico Dowdle, Ty Chandler as pieces that are maybe an injury away from making a difference. Obviously, Dowdle could still possibly turn out to be the running back in Dallas. We don't know yet. But right now, it's not looking super strong without an Ezekiel Elliott injury. And going over to wide receiver, we have Nico Collins, we have Rashee Rice, we have DJ Moore, 3 players that we can start every single week. It's a 10-team league, so the wide receiver depth doesn't matter as much. So if you're able to go and make that deal and get Deebo Samuel, and then we're able to just have that top-end receiver, and we have our lineup locked and loaded every week, regardless of matchup, we can go ahead and we can make moves on the waiver wire to fill in for this bottom-end depth. Absolutely love it. I understand that if we are looking at Dalton Kincaid, this is a tight end that's I don't know, my guy. He disappoints week 1, but he has all the snaps, all the routes. It's still a great offense. I still stand by Kincaid being an extremely strong option. So I think this is a very strong team. I think making the Deebo Samuel trade will make it an even better team. Like I said, trading away the Daniels value doesn't make a difference to us. Trading away the wide receiver depth is only going to improve our starting lineup. We have plenty of depth. We're not dealing with any injuries here. So love the team. There's not much to do. We're already number 1 with the league analyzer. And I think making the trade is going to make it even better, my friend. Okay. Now let's move this over to the next team to look at. This is Tom's team. Says $150 fab. Do you think dumping a good chunk of my fab into Isaiah Likely is worth it? So let's go ahead and let's pull up the starting lineup requirements. It's a league where you start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, a flex, and then that will be it. So looking at the squad right now, I would say with the shallow league format, the shallow starting lineup that you have, I do think it's a good idea to have the elite quarterback, to have the elite tight ends. Obviously, we're sitting here with Josh Allen at QB. We have Anthony Richardson down here as our second option. So if you wanted to potentially go ahead, take Anthony Richardson, try to package him with another option to go get an improvement inside the starting lineup, I think that's 100% something that you could look to do here. Going over to running back, we have Taylor, Saquon Barkley, 2 top-end running backs that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. I'm assuming these were guys that we took in rounds 1 and rounds 2. Looks like great calls, specifically with Saquon. The depth at running back is a little bit limited. This is going to be my main issue that we have with the team. We have Aaron Jones at RB3. I think Jones is potentially a sell-high candidate. I think that you are most likely going to see a step backwards for the overall Minnesota Vikings offense, and more importantly, probably for the overall game environment that you have, where I don't expect the Minnesota Vikings to be leading so many games. Devin Singletary, the Giants are just absolutely garbage. I don't even know if Singletary will be startable, even if he is the full-blown guy. Going over to wide receiver, we have Kupp. Kupp looks like a top 5 wide receiver at the moment with no Puka. You have DJ Moore. DJ Moore looks like he's going to crush with no Rome Odunze. We have Ladd McConkey, who's already breaking out to be the wide receiver 1 here. We have Kirk. We have Leggett. We have Terry McLaurin. So phenomenal wide receiver room with a ton of depth, honestly, in a league where we don't need much depth. But yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I go ahead, I pick up Isaiah Likely, and I'm willing to be aggressive with our fab. If you have $150 with the fab here, I'm willing to go spend $50. I'm willing to spend 33% of our entire season budget to get Likely, because I think he can be a tight end 1 rest of year, and clearly we really need that tight end with David Njoku going down. I think Xavier Leggett would be the guy that I would look to drop off of this team. And I think this is a team that you definitely should look to make a 2-for-1 deal to see if we can go ahead and open up some more roster spots beneath this. Because I think you probably should be rostering more running backs and fewer receivers than we are currently, just given the overall setup that you have in this league, where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex at the very most anyway. So the wide receiver depth's not going to matter. So yeah, I would say in this league, let's go ahead. Let's drop Xavier Leggett. Let's spend an aggressive amount of fab on Isaiah Likely. You know a little bit more about your league to figure out how much you need to spend to get him. I think if we can take maybe a player like Terry McLaurin and Anthony Richardson, make a 2-for-1 deal, go get in a better wide receiver, that would potentially be that play for the flex. I think that'd be very interesting. Or go trade Richardson and Aaron Jones to get a better running back play. I think that would be interesting. Or go trade Terry McLaurin and Aaron Jones and go get a better flex, preferably a better running back. I think we would like that as well. And then that open roster spot you have as well, we want to be spending that on a running back off of waivers rather than a receiver when we already have so much depth here, my friend. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, and really hope that we helped you out. So I actually just got word from one of the developers on flockfantasy.com that the new site is live for everybody. Let me test this out. Let's see. Flockfantasy.com. It's live, ladies and gentlemen. Head over to flockfantasy.com. Let me know what you're thinking. New site should be significantly better for everybody here. I think y'all are going to like it a ton. And, I'm excited for y'all to check this out. I'm excited for y'all to check this out. Gabe says, how do I get my team reviewed? It's in shambles. I need help. You can submit it for free over there on the sites. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make that $10 deposit, hopefully we can get you credited with that free team review tomorrow, or you can purchase one on flockfantasy.com right now. Okay. RCB says, great UI, UX. Yes, I think that this is going to be so much better. I'm going to get y'all a tutorial out so I can just explain exactly how to go through and link your teams, exactly how to navigate the overall site. And we have a lot going on. Obviously, we've been building out this site with the team of developers for years. So there's a lot more than just what's on the surface here. So I definitely recommend you going ahead and playing around, checking out the site. And if you don't already have an account, use promo code FLOCK. And if you use code FLOCK, you'll get 30% off any subscription. And at the same time, you will get 30% off any questions that you ask me through the site as well. Specifically, if you ask me. But I'll send y'all a link to the site. I am so excited. So excited for y'all to be able to play around with this. I mean, this has been, I was hoping that we were going to have it out for kickoff. So obviously it's taken a little bit of time, but we just wanted to make sure that everything was 100% good to go for y'all. Okay. But I just sent that link in the live chat for anybody wanting to make an account. And yeah, like I said, if you wanted to link your team with flockfantasy.com, the 3 platforms we link with right now, hopefully we can expand out more in the future. You can link with Sleeper, super easy. All you have to do is copy and paste your league ID and then immediately pulls up your league. You can link with Yahoo. All you have to do is log into your Yahoo account and then it pulls all your Yahoo leagues. You can link with ESPN. That one's going to be a little bit more difficult. That one you have to be on the computer. You have to be logged into flockfantasy.com on one window, logged in to ESPN on another window, and you have to add the flockfantasy.com extension, ESPN extension, and hit sync leagues. And then that way we can go ahead and pull your cookies. But much love. I am super excited. That's Evan says, looks great. Need to change the tab title and favicon. Okay. I see that. I will send this over if you please. Here's what I need from y'all too. And just, okay, I'm going to have 2 big asks from y'all tonight. I've been working my butt off. I've been living in an Airbnb over the past few days because I didn't have internet. I have 2 big asks I need from y'all. Make an account on flockfantasy.com. You don't have to buy anything, but play around. And if you see anything that you think is broken, this is a massive, massive update that we have with the site. I'm sure that there will be small bugs. Don't be quiet about them. Honestly, don't even tell me in a live stream. It's going to be hard for me to do anything about it. Click the link in the description or the link on flockfantasy.com. Go over to the Discord and send any issues that you have in the site issues section. That way the developers know exactly what they should go ahead and work on over the next few days as they iron out some of the bugs that I'm sure we'll find. We went bug chasing over the past week, but I'm sure there are a couple different things. The second thing I need from y'all is on the Flock League YouTube channel. every video that is posted, I need y'all to support me. I need y'all to say, oh, Mason's team is the best here. Mason is the smartest here. Mason is the funniest here. Mason's the best looking here. Just spam that in the comment section. It'll be so damn funny. I'll not, obviously the other creators, I don't think are watching this live stream 3.5 hours into it. So I don't think they'll know. So please spam that, because we all read all the comments on the Flock League channel. So I need y'all saying, I need y'all to do that, because it'll be so funny. The creators will lose their mind if we have like a ton of messages that are saying that. But let me go over and let's head back over to the site and see if we have any more paid questions to get through real quick. We got a couple more, and then we can get back to some free questions. This next one's going to be a trade question coming out from Jawit Hoodie. This is Rashee Rice, Joe Mixon versus Amon-Ra St. Brown and Romeo Doubs. Romeo Doubs is legitimately a 0 in this deal. I could not care less about Romeo Doubs here. It's Joe Mixon and Rashee Rice versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. Saying, did I lose my trade? I trade Mixon and Rice for St. Brown and Doubs. Doubs makes no difference. Would I rather have Rice and Mixon versus St. Brown? It's extremely close. I think it's up to you. I think it's up to your team. It looks like you haven't linked, so I don't know what your team is. I'm going to mark both sides as a winner here, my friend. If you have plenty of depth, I'm okay getting the stud. St. Brown's definitely the player I have ranked highest. But if Mixon's an RB1 and Rice is a wide receiver 1, you are definitely paying up for it. But yeah, appreciate you, my friend. And it is a very tough trade to grade out. But let's go back and let's answer some more of the free questions that we have in the live chat right now. Okay. Mars says, just traded Jameson, Mason, Worthy for Ayuk and Tank Dell. What's your opinion? Worthy versus Tank Dell. Give me Tank Dell. Jameson and Jordan Mason versus Brandon Ayuk. Give me Brandon Ayuk by a country mile. Not even close, my friend. Not even close. Great deal. Okay. Now, Lank Dog says button to confirm passcode isn't working. I will go ahead, send this in the dev chat as well. But I would imagine if that was a widespread issue, maybe we'd have more reports of it. But right now, it seems like that's the only thing. Okay. Should I trade Harrison and DJ Moore for Jamar Chase? I would rather have Jamar Chase. I am not nearly as concerned with the Jamar Chase Bengals offense as a lot of other people are. I think the Bengals are just going to start a little slow. I think that they will get going. I'm not worried whatsoever. Okay. So Aiden says, can't link my sleeper team. Failed to link league. Okay, let me go ahead and I'm going to just send all y'all's messages like this in the... And like I said, if you are trying to link with ESPN, ESPN's going to be a little more difficult. You have to add the Flock extension. So if you have not added the Flock extension to link with ESPN, please don't tell me that ESPN's not linking, because I know it's not going to. You need the extension. Okay. Let's move this over. Thomas says, where do I find the Flock extension? I know it's in the Discord under the site issues section. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be able to tell you where it's on with the new site. So I'm going to send that over to the dev team and I'm going to get an answer for you. Okay. Let's go ahead. And this next question, Tyler says, Cup for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I actually have Cooper Kupp ranked ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown specifically for this week with no Puka Nacua. But the thing is, if you're looking at what we have in the long term here, long term, you are going to get Puka Nacua back. I think St. Brown is still in an elite level offense. I think St. Brown's still an elite level talent. We have a large sample of St. Brown, extremely young player. I think it's kind of an easy call. Tristan says, Mason, I really need your opinion on Pittman. Are you worried? I mean, yeah, we had Pittman as a sell high guy coming into the season, primarily because if you were looking at Michael Pittman Jr., the passing volume in this offense isn't going to be great, right? Like the passing volume in Indianapolis, Anthony Richardson's going to have a ton of rushing production. Richardson's going to be great for fantasy. I don't necessarily know if Richardson's going to be great in real life, but if he is, I think a big reason for it is just because he's going to run the ball a ridiculous amount. So I don't know, my friend. I don't know. Now, Patrick says, in a 16-team full PPR, do I pick up Bigsby or Lazard? I think take Bigsby has a higher ceiling. Like, if Garrett Wilson goes down due to an injury, is Alan Lazard a top 20 wide receiver? Maybe. If Travis Etienne goes down due to an injury, is Tank Bigsby a top 20 running back? For sure. So, I don't know. I'd probably rather have Bigsby over Lazard. I think he has a higher ceiling. Okay. And please, like I said, if y'all are having any issues with flockfantasy.com, please let me know. We just flipped to the new site, so I'm sure that there'll be some random bugs. And honestly, the best thing that you could do as well is go and submit any issues you're having in the site issues section of the Discord. Okay. Let's move this over. The Cringy channel says CMC or Breece Hall. I'd rather Breece Hall over CMC. Hatrick says Harrison or Puka and Godwin. Honestly, I'd rather have Harrison with the Puka injury relatively easily. If Puka was fully healthy, I mean, I had Puka ranked ahead of Harrison coming into the season. But with Puka squarely on the IR, it is much tougher to say that now. Okay. Let's move this over. Isaac says starting Leggett over Debo too bold. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit, my friend. Okay. So the developer just said that there was an issue with linking sleeper teams, but now the issue with linking sleeper teams should be good on the new site. Small bug. The site dropped 5 minutes ago. So please, if you have a if you don't even have a Flock Fantasy account, make a free one and go link your sleeper team with it just so I can see if it's working. Please go over to flockfantasy.com and let me know. Thomas says the link Discord button isn't working. I will send this. Do you mean that? Because people always think it's not working, and it is, and they automatically get their roles. So what do you mean by it's not working? Is it not taking you to Discord at all? Okay. Let's move this over. Vic says tight end streamers to replace Ferguson. Obviously, tight end 1 would be Isaiah Likely. Tight end 2 would be Parkinson. Like tight end 1, I just don't know. If Likely is in your league, I don't even think you asked the question. You just know to pick up Isaiah Likely. But if Likely is already picked up, then I think Parkinson should be available everywhere. Okay. Vincent, I hear that there's the issues with the Yahoo link. I'm sure that they're working on that right now. They are on the East Coast, so it is midnight with where they're at. So I don't want to bother them too much. Okay. But let's move this over. I'm sure they'll get it fixed up right away because it worked on the old site, so all they have to do is copy and paste code over. Okay. Kamal says, someone is offering me McLaurin and Jordan Mason. Should I take the deal? Harrison for McLaurin and Jordan Mason. 100% go take Marvin Harrison Jr. Sell Terry McLaurin and Jordan Mason for Harrison immediately. Flumi says, hey, would you rather have Dak, Baker, or Stafford? I mean, obviously, Baker and Stafford had a better week 1 than Dak Prescott. Just Dak didn't really have to throw the ball too much with aggression. But I think it's easy to just go through and take Dak Prescott here long term. I think Baker Mayfield's going to come back down to earth relatively quickly. I mean, you see a massive spread on this Lions game with the Lions being favored. And at the same time, if you look at Stafford, I mean, Stafford is dealing with the Puka injury. Like, Puka going down is not good for Stafford. I know Stafford played phenomenal football in that game on Sunday night. Like, don't get me wrong, but still. Okay. Rocky Ron says, should I start Ladd McConkey over Amari Cooper? No, I would not. I understand the thought process. Ladd does have a very good matchup going up against a JV football team in the Carolina Panthers. Amari Cooper has toughest. You have a very low implied team total for the Cleveland Browns offense. Both are wide receiver ones, but I do just want to stand by the guy that we have the larger sample size with. You have the larger sample size with Amari Cooper. Okay. Let's move this over. Young Krelo says, would you trade CMC and Amari for Bijan and Harrison? I would rather have Bijan over CMC, and I'd rather have Harrison over Amari. So yes, please. Grim says, just traded Mixon and Flowers for Devontae Adams, Goddard, and Tua. Mixon to Devontae Adams is a downgrade. Flowers to Goddard to downgrade. We just got Tua on it. If it's a one quarterback format, I don't like it, my friend. I love the profile pick. Hook 'em horns. But in a one quarterback format, I think you probably pay too much. Adams is just stuck in an absolute garbage offense. Has declined for 3 straight seasons. Sportsbooks are currently projecting out the Raiders to be one of the worst offenses in the league. Okay. And like I said, I'm not answering any fab questions in the live chat where I can't see your league settings. I can't see who you would drop. I'll be happy to answer fab questions on flockfantasy.com, but it's very difficult to answer those without context. Okay. Thomas, I see your message. I'm going to send this over to the creators right now. Now let's move this. Isaac says, trade CMC for Kupp and Brian Robinson. No, I'd rather have McCaffrey. I think Kupp, right now he's a top 3 wide receiver with no Puka. But once Puka comes back, I don't know if you can rank Kupp at that point. I think in the short term, yes, you can see Kupp over CMC, but long term, definitely prefer CMC. Dylan says, Chubb for Zach Moss. If you are desperate for production right now, I think you could take Zach Moss. Okay. Jaden says, how are we feeling about Justin Fields? It's tough. If you are looking at Fields, obviously he's a bad quarterback. Everybody knows that. But when you have the rushing upside, you can justify the low volume as a passer. When you have the rushing upside, you can justify the poor efficiency. And it does just raise your floor and ceiling. I didn't know if Fields was going to be starting week 2, but it sounds like that is already kind of deemed the case. So, I don't know. I think Fields high in QB2, low in QB1 based off matchup. Okay. And I'm sorry, everybody in the live chat. I'm not reading like a full-blown roster through chat messages. Op-Brand Pop-Tart says, Ezekiel Elliott or Javonte Williams. So it's a tough spot where Zeke's in a much better offense. He's in a 2-man running back by committee. Looks like Javonte's potentially going to end up in a 3-man running back by committee if Estime ends up having a larger role in this offense, which wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world. I still probably go Javonte Williams because I think he's a little bit of a better back and he has a little more juice. But the situation's definitely better for Ezekiel Elliott, right? I mean, with Ezekiel Elliott, you have a better offense. And you're only having to go up against Dowdle. Brent Land says, drop Jordan Addison for Jamison Williams. With the ankle injury for Addison, I think it's a very easy spot to pivot over to Jamison. And I drafted way more Jordan Addison than Jamison Williams this year in underdog drafts. I don't have either in the flock league there, but. Okay. Let's move this over. Scott says, can Bucky Irving become a viable play? Can he win that job over Rachaad White? So I know a lot of people are like anti-Rachaad White just based off Rachaad White's inefficiency as a rusher. Obviously, Bucky Irving looked very efficient week 1 as well. So I definitely hear the rumblings of this, but I don't think so. I don't think Bucky Irving's that good of a prospect. I think he's a decent receiving back, but that's like the one thing that Rachaad White does well. Like if Bucky Irving became relevant without a Rachaad White injury, I would be very surprised. I would be surprised. Okay. Joe says, trade Mason to the CMC owner for Ford. Also, as a Kyron owner, would you send Keenan for Blake Corum? You are way overrating handcuffing your players, my friend. For the love of God, do not do this. In terms of the Blake Corum trade, sending Jordan Mason for Jerome Ford may not be the worst idea. Because we know you're going to get startable weeks out of Jerome Ford over the next few weeks. There's a chance that that happens with Jordan Mason, right? But it's by no means a guarantee. Okay. Michael, welcome to being a member of the flock. Troy says, Brian Thomas Jr. or Jaden Reed. If I am looking at Thomas, better quarterback play, I think he's a better receiver, to be honest with you. I would probably rather have Brian Thomas Jr. I think it would. Okay. Let's move this over. Now, Cole says Brian Thomas Jr. or Ladd McConkey this week. I actually have these guys ranked extremely close. Both had phenomenal weeks as rookies and cementing themselves potentially. I mean, in the case of Brian Thomas Jr., I want to say it for sure. I did move Brian Thomas Jr. ahead of Kirk in my rest of season rankings. I have them back to back in my rankings this week. But between Ladd and Brian Thomas Jr., yeah, I just pulled up my rankings because I have no idea. I have Brian Thomas Jr. ranked at 38. I have Ladd McConkey ranked at 39. Like, honestly, I think you'd go with either guy. They both had a very impressive week 1s. Okay. CR7 says Alvin Kamara or Derrick Henry. Y'all know I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy. Derrick Henry was one of the clear avoids for me this year based off his receiving involvement. But Derrick Henry is going to crush this week. Derrick Henry going up against the Raiders where there's like a 9-point spread. I think it's Derrick Henry relatively easily, to be honest with you. And real quick, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. We're a couple likes away from 1,200 likes on the stream. Looks like way fewer than 10% of y'all have hit the like button since we've been live. We've been live for almost like 4 hours. So hit the like, subscribe if you play fantasy football. I live stream every single day. I've live streamed for over 100 days in a row. Last year, I live streamed for over 200 days in a row. I don't think we're going to have that same streak this year, sadly. Okay. But let's move this over. Gavin says Waddle for Olave. I had Jalen Waddle ranked ahead of Chris Olave before this week, and I definitely have Jalen Waddle ranked ahead of Chris Olave. But let me pull up flockfantasy.com again. We will get through a few more of these paid questions. We already answered this question for Ja Wood, and the answer to that was, I have no idea, my friend. Let's get this next one going for Robert. This is a full-blown team review here. This is El Numero Uno. It's a team where we have only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex in our starting lineup. So we are heavily incentivized to go through, build around an elite quarterback, build around an elite level tight ends, They're going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output from week to week perspective. At the same time, I mean, wide receiver depth is going to be very easy to come by in this format, my friend. So absolutely love having Josh Allen here. Absolute no-brainer to have Allen. Perfect. Going over to what we have on the bench, it's a very shallow bench, which is interesting to see. It's a bench where you only have 4 roster spots. So this tells us that a roster spot's worth a ton. Options off the waiver wire are going to be extremely strong every single week. So yeah, for sure, don't want to be rostering 2 quarterbacks here. Now, going over to running back, it is painful to have the McCaffrey injury. It's nice that we have the Jordan Mason plug and play. Obviously, you'd rather have McCaffrey back and healthy because McCaffrey's just going to have so much larger of a receiving role. He'll be a more efficient back overall. So obviously, McCaffrey is going to be better in fantasy football in comparison to what we should expect with Jordan Mason. But it is nice to at least have that guarantee there. Running back 2, we have Zach Moss. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect with Zach Moss coming into the year. I didn't know if it was going to be Chase Brown. It was going to be Zach Moss. That both were appealing plays because I thought at the time, and I still stand by, I think that this will be a pretty damn good Cincinnati Bengals offense. And now that we have confirmation that it looks like Zach Moss is the guy over Chase Brown, I like having Zach Moss here. I would like him more as an RB3 than an RB2, but it's still fine. Going down to the bench, it is a scene where we don't have too many running backs. At wide receiver, we have Waddle, DJ Moore, Keon Coleman. I like having the Keon stack with Josh Allen. On the bench, we have Shakir, so we're going all in on this Bills offense. Really, the adjustment that we want to make, and it's just so awkward, right? I mean, this is a team where we have the Jets defense, we have the Seattle defense, so we're going to be able to go through and presumably start Seattle this next week against New England. But we for sure don't want to be rostering actually, no, we are just going to start the Jets defense. Just go ahead, cut the Seattle defense, start the Jets defense against Tennessee. The Jets defense hopefully will be good enough to start all year. Obviously, disappointing week 1, but at the same time, they did have the toughest matchup in the NFL going up against the Niners. So yeah, drop the backup defense. I definitely think we want to be maybe picking up another running back off of the waiver wire. Because as it stands right now, like we have CMC and Jordan Mason. That's essentially one running back. We have the Niners running back. We have Zach Moss, and then we have nobody else. So then we drop the Seahawks. Going over to tight end, we have Sam Laporta. So this is what's going to be very difficult, right? If Jake Ferguson is not able to be placed on the IR in your league, and it's a spot where we only have 4 places on the bench, and we have Sam Laporta, who we can start every single week regardless of matchup, both while Ferguson's out and while Ferguson's back. Ferguson does nothing for this team, to the point where I hate to say this, and it just puts you in a very awkward spot, but when we only have 4 bench, if you can't move Ferguson to the IR, you may have to cut him. Now, obviously, plan A would be to squeeze any value out of him that we could. If you could trade Ferguson and Khalil Shakir and get the smallest upgrade at wide receiver possible, we'd do it. If you could trade Ferguson and DJ Moore to get the smallest upgrade at wide receiver, trade Ferguson and Zach Moss to get the smallest upgrade at running back, we're for sure going ahead and doing that just so we can open up the roster spot and we can have some more plays with the waiver wire. Now, going over to what we have at tight end, we already talked about it with Laporta and Ferg. The main thing is just trying to figure out what we're going to do on this bench, because I really do love having the elite quarterback here. I really do love having the elite level tight end. I think this is a team that's structured extremely well if CMC is able to come back and be healthy. It's just trying to optimize what we have on the bench and make sure that we are going for upside there. But thank you again so much, my friend. Been a member of the flock. Really, really do appreciate you, and really hope I was able to help you out with this. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Our next question coming out from Cali Kid says, "What's up, Mason? I have the number 1 waiver wire pick. Should I drop Rome for Jordan Mason or hold on to that pick? Okay. So checking, the team's not linked, so essentially it's just a waiver wire question. No, I'd keep Rome Odunze. I think Rome has the upside rest of season here, my friend, that it doesn't make sense to let go of him unless you were desperate and you really needed somebody to play right now. But there, like I said, there's that chance that McCaffrey's back this week. There is that chance. Okay. Alex, I see your message saying it won't let me check out on the site. I don't know why that would be. Like I said, those people just checked out. No issue. Okay, real quick, I got word from one of the developers on flockfantasy.com. They said if your Yahoo is not working in terms of it's not syncing with flockfantasy.com, all you have to do is log out of Yahoo, relog back into Yahoo. So relog into your Yahoo account, and then you should be able to sync with the new flockfantasy.com site. Please, for the love of God, can somebody that was having the Yahoo issue let me know that? Quentin says CMC's out 4 to 6 weeks. Where are you seeing that, my friend? Because everything I'm seeing is almost the exact opposite. Everything I'm seeing is saying we have no idea how long McCaffrey's out. He could be back this week. Let me go ahead and let me pull up McCaffrey. CMC. There's nothing about him being out 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah, the only new info is he has Achilles tendonitis, which some people are saying that he could come out and he could play this week. Okay. Somebody says trade CMC, Laporta and Ford for Gibbs, Waddle, McBride. They have Jordan Mason. So CMC to Gibbs, massive downgrade. Laporta to McBride, slight downgrade. Ford to Waddle, upgrade. No, I want McCaffrey here. Give me McCaffrey and Laporta. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but let's remember that CMC scored 100 more points than the running back 2 last season. He's missed 1 game, and he is labeled day to day. So please don't think all of a sudden that McCaffrey's not Himothy. He is. I moved Breece Hall. I moved Bijan Robinson over Christian McCaffrey. When we get more word about this injury, maybe I move Saquon Barkley over him, kind of going back and forth. But yeah, that is crazy. HBK says, what do we put for the section that says rookie picks? You can just hit the box and say confirm. Okay. Okay, let's move this over. Bubba says non-PPR, Harrison and T. Higgins or Jonathan Taylor. Non-PPR format, very easy to go Jonathan Taylor. Full PPR league, I think you could have a conversation there. Obviously, Taylor's a running back that isn't going to have a ton of receiving equity with Anthony Richardson under center just because Anthony Richardson's going to be able to go ahead and run the ball himself. Like you saw that week 1, Richardson only had 9 total completions. With Richardson having those 9 total completions, you had a total of 0 receptions for Jonathan Taylor. So for sure a spot that JT is maybe a little bit less valuable in that full PPR format and maybe a little bit more valuable in a non-PPR league. But just checking this out, we have one shout out if you are in this live chat right now. Cook Plays. Commenting on the video, Mason's so cute, on the Flock League channel. Like I said, please, ladies and gentlemen, on the Flock League channel, what I need from y'all is I need y'all to be hyping me up, saying I have the best team, saying that I'm going to win the league, saying that I'm the smartest person, blah, 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 blah. That's what I need. All the creators, we read every single comment. We all send them in a group chat. So if y'all on the Flock League channel, go to the newest video and please comment a bunch of nice things. It'd be awesome. It'd be hilarious. Obviously, honestly, anything that y'all, if anybody comments on the video, hey, Mason sent me here, Mason told me to do this, I'm just going to remove the comment anyway, so they don't see it. But Waze says he will. Thank you. Thank you. And just look up, I'm not going to grab the link or anything. Just look up the Flock League on YouTube. It should be the first thing that pops up. Okay, let's move this over. Bryce says, hey, Mason, Daniels or Burrow rest of season? If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, this is where it becomes interesting. If it is a 4-point passing touchdown league, Jaden Daniels has the rushing upside. Joe Burrow does not. If it is a 6-point passing touchdown format, Burrow will just have so much more passing volume here. So I don't know. In a 4-point league, I think it's up to you. 6-point passing touchdown format, give me Joe Burrow. I still want to stand by. I think this is a very good offense going into the future. I don't really have any hesitation about that. But let's go back over to flockfantasy.com. Let's see if we have any questions to answer. A Jawet Hoodie, we already looked at that squad. And we already looked at Cali Kid as well. So it looks like we have nothing else here. But let's move this over. Mazo says, hey, Mason, Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams in Dynasty. I would still rather have Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams is a better long-term player over Jaden Daniels. Jawit says, I didn't check out the team. I'm almost certain I did, my friend. I'll go ahead and I'll pull it back up for you. Actually, you're right. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Jawit, here's what we're going to have to do. I'm going to have to go to my reviews page. It's not going to be in stream mode. Jawit, let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. It's going to take some time. And I'm very, very sorry about that. Let's see. A says Etienne or Stevenson for the flex. So I have Ramondre Stevenson in my league. If I had the opportunity to trade him for Etienne, I would do it in a heartbeat. And honestly, I think that Travis Etienne's a better play for this week as well. Obviously, Etienne may be a little bit disappointing last week, but I think it's going to be a lot better in the future. Okay. Okay. Jawit Hoodie. Let's see if we can pull this back up. Okay, we got this, my friend. We got this. Let's go back over to flockfantasy.com. Let's check this out for Jawit Hoodie. Please let me know you're still in the chat. But this is Henry Rugg Speeds. This is a 12-team start 8 format. Full PPR. So wide receiver depth is going to matter a little bit more in this league. We are currently ranked number 1 in the league analyzer. Obviously, absolutely love to see it. Starting off at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Josh Allen, Justin Fields. So Allen, definitely a quarterback where you don't need a roster to, right? You're starting him every single week regardless. Now, Justin Fields does have a high enough ceiling that I'm not going to fault you at all for rostering 2 quarterbacks if the second guy is Fields, because Fields has the name appeal. He has the ceiling as well. So if you were to eventually say, get Justin Fields with a 90-yard rushing game where he has a couple passing touchdowns, I think there's a world where people convince themselves Justin Fields is a top 5 quarterback rest of season. And then I think you could potentially sell high on Fields. So I think Fields, where you have a wide range of outcomes where maybe after the week we go ahead and cut him. If he does crush, then maybe at that point we're excited and we can potentially sell him high. I think he's a fine QB2 to roster. Going over to running back, the CMC injury kills us. Because Zamir White is no longer a viable option in fantasy football. Like, I'm going to pour one out for Zamir White right now. Zamir White's nothing. If Alexander Mattison has the third down role here, Alexander Mattison has the 2-minute drill, and this is one of the worst offenses in the NFL, Zamir White is solely reliant on touchdown upside in one of the worst offenses in the NFL. So it's almost impossible to rely on White. And Benny, I see your message. Please, do you mind logging out of Yahoo and logging back into Yahoo and letting me know if it works then? But anyway, so Zamir White's not usable. And we have Jonathan Brooks injured. We have Nick Chubb injured, both being long-term options, but not expecting anything in the short term. And you have the McCaffrey injury. If CMC is fully healthy, then you're going to be fine. If CMC is fully healthy, then we can start CMC, we can start Dobbins in the short term, and then long term we'll get Brooks, long term we'll get Nick Chubb back in. But if McCaffrey misses any time here, you're going to be in a world of pain. And honestly, in that instance, like if CMC gets ruled out this week, I think you immediately go to your league mates and go, hey, who wants Nick Chubb? Hey, who wants Jonathan Brooks? Because I think you would have to trade one of these guys just for someone like Jerome Ford, somebody that you can start early on. Like you kind of need to, if McCaffrey is injured. Going over to wide receiver, obvious. I mean, this team just got freaking crushed this week. This team had no CMC. This team probably started Zamir White. We probably benched Dobbins. Wide receiver, we started St. Brown, Olave, DJ Moore. Like RIP this team. I will say going into the future, your wide receiver room is going to be so much better. I think St. Brown crushes. I think DJ Moore is going to be a lot better with actual passing volume there in Chicago. Plus, you have no Rome Odunze for the coming weeks. I don't think Chris Olave can be worse than what he just was. So I think your wide receiver room is going to be a lot better. Obviously, the Love injury impacts Romeo Doubs. I don't think we should be rostering this many receivers, however. I know it's a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers from week to week perspective. So yes, wide receiver depth does matter more here. But with Jonathan Brooks and Nick Chubb being absolute zeros, we're effectively rostering 3 running backs with McCaffrey, Dobbins, and Zamir White. So you're only really rostering McCaffrey, Dobbins, and Zamir at running back. Whereas at wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Olave, Moore, Dobbs, Mooney, Johnston, and Yoshi. So we have 7 receivers on the squad. So I think Johnston and Yoshi would be 2 guys that I would drop and go try to pick up running backs like Alexander Mattison. Go try to pick up running backs like Tank Bigsby that are depth plays where if you get super, super desperate, you could possibly throw them in your starting lineup. And honestly, you're more so rostering him for the upside where if anything were to happen during the year to their starters, all of a sudden, they are very exciting plays. Now, going over to tight ends, we have Goddard, we have Hawkinson as well. So the issue that we have with this team is if this team can make the fantasy football playoffs, we're golden. We have Chubb, we have Brooks, we have Hawkinson. We have these guys that are going to continue to get better as the season goes through. The issue is we've stacked too many of these long-term options that now when we get the McCaffrey injury, we don't have a viable play. So I think we drop the receivers at the bottom end. And if McCaffrey is ruled out for week 2, I honestly think you have to sell Chubb or Brooks to just get some running back production in that we can start right now. Because I don't know if we have the depth to survive, to be honest, the McCaffrey injury. But let me go over and answer some of these questions in the chat. I saw a question that was very interesting. Let me see what we have. Yeah, this is Chris says, What are the odds that McCaffrey plays week 2? Can everybody please spam the live chat right now? Percentage chance that Christian McCaffrey plays week 2. What do you think? Please spam the chat. Please spam the chat. Okay. 25, 30, 75, 10, 33, 25, 50, 40, 40, 0, 10, 20. So it looks like most people are 40, 25, 40, 30, 10, 31, 0, 25, 36, 0, 40, 0, 50. Yeah, it looks like people are just completely off of CMC having any shot to play this week. I was more optimistic than y'all, but I mean, if that's what y'all are saying, that is a tough scene. I don't know. But Dan says, how do I send my league to you through flockfantasy.com? Couple different options, obviously, on flockfantasy.com. You can purchase a start sit question. You can purchase a team review. You can purchase a trade question. If you wanted your entire team reviewed from me, the cheapest way to do that would definitely be going over to Underdog Fantasy, using promo code FLOCK. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, they will give you a 50% deposit bonus. Plus, you will get a free team review from yours truly over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have an Underdog account with the same email address set up as your flockfantasy.com account, and you made that $10 deposit on Underdog. That way I can go through, and whenever Underdog gives me those emails, I can upload them on the site and we can get you credited with the free team review. And also, if you're not already on Underdog, make sure you're hopping on Underdog, just because the raw amount of promos they are offering. You have a no sweat free pick 'em tonight. I mean, even if you lose, you get your money back. CeeDee Lamb, free pick, more than less than half total yard for Wednesday. Thursday, you have a 30% profit boost. It's just a ridiculous amount of promos. I won $250 on Underdog, and I'm not any good at pick 'em just because I took advantage of the promos. But let's check out the next team here. This is coming out from Hanging with Hernandez. This is a 12-team start 7 formats. So it's a league where the depth doesn't matter too much. Say I'm looking to upgrade at running back and currently have to sit a startable receiver. Right now, that's Ayuk. How are we looking? Do we sit back? Do I try to trade for a running back, but for who? Should be linked, but if not, yeah, we can see all of that, my friend. But thank you so much. Again, going to be excited to go ahead and dive into this. So funny enough, this is yet again another team that's ranked number 1 with the league analyzer. So checking out quarterback room, we have Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray is kind of the range of quarterback where if you wanted to only roster one guy and you wanted to commit starting Kyler every single week, I'm not going to fault you for doing that. But also, if you wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks, I think you can. I don't view Kyler in the same tier as, like, say, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, those quarterbacks that no matter what you're starting, regardless of matchup. So if you wanted to pick up a second quarterback, I think you can, but we're fine as is. Now, going over to running back, we're currently sitting with Kyron Williams, James Conner. So absolutely beautiful spot in the short term, right? The issue is potentially in the long term, you may end up seeing James Conner lose some touches to Trey Benson. I really hope it doesn't happen. I have James Conner in the Flock League, but he's really the only reason I won this past week. So really hoping that he continues to play well. Jalen Warren, Rico Dowdle, Charbonnet, at this point, look like they are all running backs that are not viable outside of an injury in their respective backfield. I don't want to say that for certainty with Jalen Warren, just because he was coming off a hamstring in week 1. So if we are boxing him out of being a viable depth piece without an injury, I feel like we are maybe overreacting a little bit much for week 1 usage. But I definitely think this running back room is a situation that we could improve. I mean, we have okay depth, but my thing is specifically in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I think maybe you would be better off selling some of this receiver depth because you can only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Chase, we're starting every week. Ayuk, we're starting every week. I know you ask about Ayuk. For the love of God, don't panic with Ayuk. I think Ayuk's going to be much better going into the future than he was this past week. It's an elite offense. It was a tough matchup last week. And at the same time, he missed so much time during training camp. It's understandable that he starts slow. We have London, Rashee Rice. I mean, 2 very strong wide receiver plays. Looking like Terry McLaurin, Keon Coleman, Michael Wilson. I think the very easy play, if you're able to make it, is to just go through, see if we can trade Terry McLaurin and Jalen Warren and go get any viable running back. See if we can trade Terry McLaurin and Rico Dowdle. Go get any viable RB. If you wanted to wait and see if we can get a pop from Terry McLaurin, I'm not going to fault you for that. Because in the short term, of course, James Conner is 100% a viable play. So since Conner is a viable play in the short term, you don't have to make this move. But I'm just thinking long term when Trey Benson kind of comes in. Because we have 4 wide receivers that are extremely strong starts every single week. Going over to tight end, we have Kincaid. Don't need to roster a backup when we have Dalton Kincaid here. But I think the very clear trade, specifically this format where we're so damn strong at the top of wide receiver. I mean, we have the number 1 graded out wide receiver room according to the league analyzer. Is if we can go ahead and if we can take one of those depth receivers and package him with a running back to go get that upgrade. I think that would be an advantageous spot. I think Terry McLaurin's the guy. You probably have to wait for a spike week, but hopefully we get that this week or the next, and then we can actually get that return. But yeah, thank you again so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. I love the team. Obviously, it's hard to come up with too much whenever we are sitting here with the most value in the league as is. But let's go over and let's answer this trade question for CT25. Saying we have Godwin at the flex right now and looking to upgrade. Let's see. You can link your team, and I would actually just see all your players here, my friend. But it looks like we have a very strong roster. Highlights being like Bijan, Kyron at running back. We have London Rice at receiver. We have Laporte at tight end. We have Hurts at quarterback. So it's a really strong squad. And I know everybody and their mom's going to be screaming like, oh my gosh, no, Chris Olave's a bum. Tony Pollard just crushed. We want Godwin and Pollard. But specifically, if it's a 10-team league where you only start like 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, honestly, even if it's a 12-team format where it's a shallower league overall, I think Pollard's a very clear sell high candidate. This was the Titans offense that was up 17-0. If you look at the running back usage, it very clearly looks like if the Titans are trailing, it's going to be a Spears game. If the Titans are winning, it's going to be a Pollard game. I don't know how many games the Titans are actually going to be winning here. I think I'd still rather have Olave over Chris Godwin. So I hate to say it. I know people are going to hate me in the live chat for it, but I think Chris Olave is the winning side here. I would rather have Olave if it is a shallower format overall, and your team right now already looks obnoxious, my friend. So yeah, I'm going to go Olave. But let's go back and let's answer some free questions in the live chat real quick. Visible says Jefferson and Henry for Bijan and Marvin Harrison Jr. So going from Derrick Henry to Marvin Harrison Jr., upgrade. Justin Jefferson to Bijan Robinson, upgrade. I think you're upgrading both spots. I think it is an absolute no-brainer, my friend. Absolute no-brainer here. Okay. Now, let's see. And I am only going to be bringing this up specifically so I can say this out loud in the live stream and just remind everybody, because I know we have new members of the flock, right? It's not like everybody in this stream has been with us for years. I know some people are back with us in 2020 and they remember this rule. Okay. And I'm just going to be very clear with this. Somebody says Trump or Kamala rest of season. I know, haha, kind of funny. And I understand you're not being anything super political, but just to remind everybody, there are 1,000 different places on the internet where you can go to talk politics. I know some people really like it. Personally, I don't really care for it. Personally, I love fantasy football. A lot of people watching this, they are actively choosing to talk and think about fantasy football rather than politics. So let's not bring that in here. I think most people don't want it in here. So yeah, I know that obviously you're not, it's not like a big message or anything, but I'm just using it as an example and using it where I can say that on a live stream. We have very, very few rules in this stream, but that is one. People, including myself, I don't want to talk politics here, and nobody in the live chat wants to talk politics, or they'd be somewhere else. Okay. So let's move this. Castaden says, switch Keon Coleman for Khalil Shakir. Hell no. I want Keon Coleman easily. Keon Coleman played the most snaps, ran the most routes. I believe drew the most targets in Buffalo. He's the rookie wide receiver, his first NFL game ever. Keon Coleman freaking crushed. I love what we saw from Keon Coleman week 1. Okay. Let's move this over. Daniels or Mahomes? We're definitely going to go Mahomes over Jane Daniels, my friend. David says, when we get the free token for the team review. So what we are waiting for is we are waiting for the developers to be able to go through and switch the old site to the new site. Now that they've switched that, the next thing on our list to do is make that system, get you all those free tokens. So I'm really hoping it's tomorrow, my friend. Trust me, I wanted to get them to y'all as soon as possible because I have a long list of those teams that I need to go through and review. And every day that goes by, the list gets a little bit longer of us not reviewing them. So I really, really want, we're trying our best to get it to you as soon as possible. I think it hopefully will be tomorrow, my friend. Hopefully tomorrow, now that the site is out. Concert View says, how hard was your Ironman race? It was very difficult. What was the toughest about the Ironman is I did it in Nice, France, and that Ironman course has the most elevation of any course in the world on the bike. And I live in Austin, Texas, so I've never biked up or down mountains before. So I was terrified of biking down the mountains in the narrow European roads and like doing the switchbacks and going back and forth. So it was very, very scary. It was one of the best days of my life for sure. But yeah, I'm definitely going to do another Ironman next off season. And I'm actually going to do a 50-mile ultra marathon in Austin, November 2nd, if anybody wants to show up. It's just around Lady Bird Lake. I just run around Lady Bird Lake 5 times. It's 50 miles. So you want to come out and support? You're more than welcome. November 2nd. It's a Saturday morning. I think the next Ironman we're going to do is probably in like Brazil or something though. So I'd imagine not many people are going to make it there. But let's see. Joseph says, should I pick up Pollard or J.K. Dobbins? I'd rather have Pollard over Dobbins. Let's see. Devin says, should I offer Marvin Harrison Jr. to get Joe Mixon? I wouldn't. Like the thing with selling Harrison is if you drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. at the 1-2 turn, just to panic sell him after week 1 as a rookie. Why did you draft him in the first place? You know, like if you drafted a rookie wide receiver to just panic on him after the first week, why did you draft him in the first place? Crixie says, is Deontay droppable for J.K. Dobbins? In shallow formats where wide receiver depth doesn't matter, yeah, I think Dobbins is a higher ceiling than Deontay. Y'all know I've been a big anti-Deontay Johnson guy. Big reason for that is I just simply don't see what the ceiling is in one of the worst offenses in the NFL, while at the same time, you are going to have, target competition here. It's not like Deontay Johnson has 30% of this team's offense. Xavier Legette, the rookie, led the team in targets. I know the game got out of hand. I get it. But, Adam Thielen was up there at the top of the team in receiving. So, I don't know. With Deontay Johnson, I just simply don't see where the upside comes from when it's a garbage offense and he's not going to dominate the target share in said offense. Matt says, what could I get for selling Puka? We saw in the live stream earlier, somebody sell Puka for DJ Moore. Dylan says, traded Xavier Worthy and $35 for Devonta Smith. Is this a good deal? Great deal. Great deal. Okay. WKR says, I dropped DeAndre Swift for J.K. Dobbins. What are your thoughts? So I started DeAndre Swift this past week, and we got a whopping 5 points. So I would love to come out and say, oh, F this guy, DeAndre Swift, want nothing to do with them, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, I do think that he's probably the better back to have over J.K. Dobbins. I don't know, overreact to just week 1 there. I do think you probably prefer Swift. But I think we're probably going to call it a day here with this live stream. Of course, I'm going to be live streaming for probably another 4 or 5 hours tomorrow night to answer all your questions, check out your teams, talk fantasy football. Hopefully we have injury updates with HN, CMC, etc., etc. But of course, I do want to remind y'all, if you want to get in any of your questions for tomorrow night's live stream, you can do that over there on flockfantasy.com. If you use promo code FLOCK on if you go ahead and use code FLOCK on flockfantasy.com, you'll get 30% off any of the questions to yours truly. And at the same time, you'll get access to a ton of the stuff on the sites. We're going to update this to the expert ranks. And at the same time, you can submit any trade questions, start set questions, any roster reviews, all through flockfantasy.com. Super excited. The new site is live right now. We're going to be dealing with some bugs over the next few days. I'm sure of it, but I would love for you to go ahead, check it out. I'm super excited, super proud of everything we put together. And if you wanted a free team review through flockfantasy.com, the easiest way to get just that would actually be going over to Underdog Fantasy and using promo code FLOCK. If you use code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make that $10 deposit, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com with just the $10 deposit on Underdog. And there, you also have a crazy amount of promotions this week. You have a free special pick'em. Tuesday, no sweat. Even if you lose, you get your money back. Wednesday, you get a CeeDee Lamb free pick'em, more than less than half total yard. Thursday, 30% profit boost. Friday, you have a random promo. Saturday, you have college football discount picks, and Sunday, NFL discount picks. So make sure you take advantage. I won $250 with Underdog Pick'ems last week. Not because I'm any good, just because I stayed on top of the promos and I made sure I used all of them. But much love. Really do appreciate you. And really hope I get to see you out with the live stream and check out your team tomorrow night.